Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a bearable day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. Man, yesterday. May we never experience yesterday again. Holy crap. So, yesterday was a whole thing. It was definitely the Monday of all Mondays, and it was a gift that kept on giving. Oh my God. So, yesterday, quick recap major tech issues, coupled with the fact that it didn't feel like anything was going right yesterday. Had issues with space engineers. Then Kintar and I played some Heroes of the Storm for a little while, which did go all right. Then we came back to space engineers and managed to kind of suss out what part of my problem was. Now, it's not a complete picture, but it's better. It seems to be working a bit better today. In fact, it looks like what I need to do is I need to start my streaming software first and then start Space Engineers. That seems to help. Gives OBS a chance to get its resources, and then Space Engineers can take resources after that. The other thing that seemed to be happening was our programmable block was also causing issues. So now I've got that turned off. I need to figure out a timer block system for that so that I can run it periodically. On top of that, what we did was we swapped out some mods, took some just flat out, replaced another one. We are now using Camp, which I don't remember what it stands for, but basically it replaces the build and repair system. So that's nice. I was seeing interesting behaviors with it this morning, though. This was a fun thing. For whatever reason, the turrets, the turrets on top of the base were firing at some of the debris out there, even though they shouldn't. What looked to be happening is that Camp was taking control of the turrets and was shooting at the debris to turn it into scrap. And then it was collecting the scrap. I shit you not. And I was like, what the hell? What are you doing? So there's that. I know, real weird, but kind of cool. Exactly. The other thing is that we are going to be, hopefully, working on a new salvaging ship today so that we can start collecting salvage, as that may be also part of my problem, why I'm running out of resources for the game, not in like my inventory, but out of technical resources. Having issues there. Don't know why. Camp, basically it replaces the build and repair system. So it does all the same stuff. It's actually made by the author Crimson, who I was using his build and repair system. Because that was the one that I came up with. It was, at the time, the most recent, and it had the best overall stats that I was looking for. Because I was looking for, at the time, something that was massive in size. And Crimson's build and repair had a 1,000 meter cubed area that it would cover, which is what I needed. But he had stopped working on it in favor of doing Camp. Camp is basically completely rewritten from the ground. So it is lighter weight. It does all the same stuff. It, however, seems to be just much better. One of the things that I want to see, and especially keeping this up and running long term, is whether or not Camp will actually randomly get rid of blocks. Hey, what's up, Tommy? One of the things that Build and Repair had a problem with is that it would just sometimes randomly delete blocks on subgrids for no reason. Just boop, get rid of a block. So I am hopeful that Camp won't have that issue. But here's the block right here. This is camp. It's actually pretty cool looking. And like I said, it quite literally just does all the same stuff. Yeah, mainly wheels, but it when I really started noticing it, I had a set of twin doors on my tunnel base, and they're massive too. They were probably like, I don't know, 15 blocks tall, I think. No, 12 blocks. Anyway, they're big doors. And at one point, just I'd noticed that there were all these freaking holes that were in them. And I was like, this save has nothing shooting at me, has no bad guys. I haven't had any thrusters near those doors. I made sure to clean all of the voxel material near them when I would load, so there's no reason why blocks would be disappearing. And it came down to the build and repair system. Yeah, and that's what I wound up doing as well. So with camp, I'm looking to see if it has those same problems. Because if it doesn't, that just infinitely, or that immediately makes it infinitely more superior. More, it makes it more better-ist. The other thing is that its behavior for welding is different as well. One of the other things that build and repair has a problem with, I know, right? One of the other things that build and repair has a problem with is that the welding, the way that it welds is that it will sit there and just sit on a block trying to weld it as long as you keep having parts. Now, ordinarily, that's fine, except for the fact that if you are low on power, that will burn through your power. So this, on the other hand, waits until it has enough parts for a whole block before it attempts to weld that block up, which is really useful. Now, if there's a difference between welding a full block and repairing a block, it will generally attempt to repair a block first, that I've noticed. So it's one of those. Yep. So all in all, it feels like this is a better alternative to build and repair. The other nice thing is that this version does have an adjustable, area of operation, just like build and repair. But it's set to 200 meters. And in fact, it's way nicer looking too. Show work area. So that shows you the work area. Which is quite sizable. That'll definitely get the job done. That will definitely get the job done. So, what I want to work on today is getting a salvager made, getting a lot of this crap cleaned up, yeah, go ahead and link it up and I'll take a look at it here in just a little bit. Okay, so all right, we'll take a look at that in a little bit. I'm not going to jump on it just yet. The first thing is, how much iron ore do I have? Actually, how much just iron in general do I have? 29,000. All right, let's go get some iron. One of the other things that I'm doing is expanding the garage so that way I have a spot for the mining ship, and then I will have a spot for the salvager. I want to make sure that I am capable of having both and having both of them protected. And then I'm also going to set up over both. I'm going to set over both garages the option for either front loading doors or top loading doors. Yes, I saw that, and we were talking about it yesterday. I don't particularly like the idea of no ingots because I like ingots. I like that they kind of, in a way, feel like a form of currency for the purposes of, I know I have this stuff. If I don't have this stuff, then I need to go collect more. And I know it's just one step between the ore and the components. But it does kind of represent work that I need to do. Let's see. Oh, good. My lights are still on. So, for instance, if I'm out mining, I know how much ore I've collected. And I like the fact that there is this, that when you refine the ore down into ingots, there is a little bit of a loss. Like there's certain facets of it that I appreciate because it reminds me that I still need to do work. Oh yeah, no, it's not, all it's doing is it's getting rid of the ore to material step, the ingot stage in between. I personally like it, but I can understand why some people would want to get rid of it because it's a middle step between the two. So why have that step there? Okay. Exactly. Again, I find it rewarding. I really do appreciate coming out, mining the ore, then bringing the ore back to refine it. It's that gold mining mentality. You go out, you get the gold, you smelt the gold down into bars. Now you have gold bars. And that feels so much better than just going from raw material to parts. It's silly, but it feels like a good part of the process. Let's get in here. Try to cut some of this away. Okay. I don't know. I don't think they're going the way of satisfactory. I think they are looking to streamline aspects of the game to make it a little bit easier for new players to get into it. Which I think in this day and age is actually kind of the wrong direction. It's very easy to make a game that is actually so easy it's boring. I'm okay with more resources. Honestly, I'm okay with water and gas being, because, you know, you look at like industrial overhaul. That's a fun one. That's got a ton of extra resources. In fact, funnily enough, I wound up playing industrial overhaul as if it was satisfactory, and that surprisingly helped a lot with managing everything in the factory. Okay, is that it? That is everything. Okay, cool. We are full. Yeah. And again, the beauty of Space Engineers is that there are so many different ways to play it. All right, let us head home. That guy up there is just chilling. Not doing nothing, which is a little worrisome in and of itself. But we're not going to think about that right now. Let's come down here. Whoops. I always wind up just a little bit too far forward. And there we go. Okay. And let's take a look at that drifting pursuant real quick. That one that's just sitting out here. We're gonna spectator out. This is a funny one because I was looking at this last night. Part of the problem is the entire back half of it is just missing. And so it actually is missing a lot. a lot. So it technically has no brain. It's just going to continue to hover there. The AC-150 that I have on the base seems to just pop right through these like they're nothing, which is fantastic. Well, and what they're releasing so far is interesting because, and it's kind of frustrating, them releasing like 2 armor blocks or, you know, like an armor block and then a machine block that does nothing. It's like, I get it, you're drip feeding us stuff because we asked for things, but this is kind of ridiculous, guys. All right. Oh, and the other thing is Camp's grinding color is bright red for some reason. Nope. I want that color. Oh, damn. What the hell, Camp? You just... Wow. I love, though, that this block is just perfectly balanced. Gonna grind that anytime soon? Holy shit. Oh, God. That was hilarious to watch. Oh, it wasn't so much that it fell on the doors, it's that it fell on the floor, and the floor's like, nope, I can't take this. Oh, Jesus. God, I love this game sometimes. And now we're just watching the physics do its thing. Block is damaged. Yes, it is. And so because the block is damaged, camp will not grind them down.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh my God.
Inventory
I'm loving
full.
this already.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
At least it's picking up the items.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yes, the inventory is full. Oh God, yes. Already we are looking at the Monday of all Tuesdays. That is what today is going to be. I can already feel it. I need the warfare windowed. Oh yeah, also, last night, in order to continue the Monday of all Mondays, it's about, I'd say about 10 o'clock, maybe a little bit before. And I started hearing sirens outside, which isn't out of the ordinary. You know, there's always maybe like a fire truck. Thanks for that. But, you know, sometimes you hear a fire truck, sometimes you hear police. That's just, you know, normal city life. Well, what made it more interesting was that I was hearing the siren getting louder. And from the direction it was coming in, it was weird. So I get up, I go to my window, and I look outside. And I watch as this, it looked like an SUV, one of the smaller SUVs, comes roaring down my street and gets to the intersection, which is a three-way, it's a T-junction, and then immediately peels off to the right with a cop right on his ass. Does the exact same thing. And then about 15 to 20 seconds later, a second cruiser comes down the street, just hauling ass until he realizes, shit, that's an intersection that I can't go through, and has to screech to a halt. And then he sits there for a second, and I'm staring at the window, and I'm like, they went right, they went right. And then there's like a pause or something, and then the cop finally turns and goes right. And I was like, well, shit, I just saw a high-speed chase, well, a police chase, in my neighborhood. It definitely is a Monday. So that was a lot of fun. Man, was it entertaining. But it has been... It's been weird lately. Like, just everything has been a little bit weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Window. Regular. There we go. Great. So many clips. You guys love me. Yeah. Yeah, how did yesterday end up for you, Matt? After all was said and done. Because it sounded like you went through it. Let's see. Need more steel plate. More steel plate. What's that? Sounded like something just blew up. Let's see. That should be good. Let's get you back on for a little bit. See if we're going to be a little bit calmer today. All right. There we go. Next thing that I need. Oh, wait. I need steel plates for that. Sounds like it was a fun day and it ended in a fun way. I know what I need to do is plates over this. Big, heavy armor plates. Or how? That is cool. Oh, me like. Oh, me like a lot. That was awesome. Absolutely. Oh, the animations on that are slick. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. My dude. Yeah, yesterday was just not a good day. There must have been like some sort of planetary alignment or something. Honestly, I'm surprised we weren't like about 5 minutes away from the purge or something like that. Awesome, those are all done. Let's do I need, there we go. And excellent. I like that it also shows you which block that it's working on. That's camp, by the way, doing that. That is beautiful. Okay. Man, that's fine. What I want on this one is let's take these and there we go. And that should just help kind of cover those up, make sure that they're kept safe-ish. And it'll just look nice. All right, there we go. Oops. And then doot. I wish I could get rid of that little berry bush that's just sitting there, but that son of a bitch is tenacious. Tenacious tree. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Let's see, those are the side doors. Oops, and I want close. Or airtight hangar door. Actually, we'll just do it this way. There we go. Okay. Airtight hangar doors. Bay 2. There you go. Probably could. If it wasn't for the fact that this room is for housing machinery. Wait, did I get? I did. Okay, cool. Let's get more here. Fortunately, there's not too many doors here. It's not like I put 600 of them in place, which would have been the death of me, but you know, what are you going to do? Okay, that should be all of those. Bay 2. HD. Bay 2. Doors. Now what I can do, groups, and open close. Actually, what I want to do is numpad 1, you get text and images. And then C button. Where are they? Hangar door. Okay, good. Then I wish it equaled money. Still working on that money part, but content we're good on. Text and images. Oh, okay. All right. And then button 2. Button 2. There we go. So now, wait a minute. Hey, what's up, Kintar? I got a couple of door here's that aren't working. I could have sworn I had changed their names. Oh, and here goes something else from yesterday that was fun. Apparently, some of the audio for yesterday's stream got muted. I went to look to see what it was. It was when I was watching the opening intro scene for Heroes of the Storm. Apparently that's copyrighted material, so it muted the song. And I was like, son of a bitch. Yesterday was the gift that kept on giving, I swear. And that one didn't get added either. Really? Okay. Day 2. There's that and that. Awesome. That is fantastic. What? No. 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 Oh. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. No, it's working. You're right. I was about to be like, no, we're not doing this. I already named it. I already added it to the group. Oh, why are you like this? But it's fine. We're fine. It's okay. I don't have to murder anything right now. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Today is just a continuation of yesterday. Hold on a second. A 100%. Because I also think I'm coming down with a cold or something. And it's like, come on, really? Yeah, it's just... Let's see, probably need more of that. And Mondays, absolutely. Honestly, I think we need to just go ahead and change the name of Monday to Suck Day. Except that there's always that one son of a bitch who's like, what are you talking about? Monday is my best day all the time. At which point, we should work to kill that person because they're sucking all of the good luck. That's it. Turnip's dead to us. We're going to have to kill him. Yep. I knew there was a reason I don't like you. I don't know. I think Monday night sucks ass too. Yeah, no, fair. Okay, camp. Get up here, please. Oh, well. Okay. At the very least, I have some front protection. Oh, there it goes. All right, and that's all protected. Well, mostly. Stray shots from the sides. Actually, you know what? That's a good idea. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. It's like last night, my mom and I were doing dishes. She was washing, I was drying, and we'll switch off periodically. I'll wash, she dries. It just kind of depends on the night. But after we got finished, I was like, "Well, thanks for helping with dishes." She was just like, "Yeah, sure, anytime." Yeah. Well, in that case, let's. Nope, 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 not that one. Not that one. Haha. Exactly. Okay. I also need to tweak up. Ooh. Ooh. Let's be careful with grinding here. Oh, wait. No, you're fine. That's true. There we go. Okay. And then I also need. To dark gray. And there we go. Yep, let's take these out. Pop those in place. I definitely need to go ahead and stick in some additional armor or some. I think what I'll do is actually do the 3x3 slabs here. 3, 3. Yeah, that's perfect. And then that and that. There we go. Widen that window, make it look nicer. Also fit in with everything else. What are you waiting on? God knows. Let's recharge real quick. I should probably think about doing... Might want to do an ice run at some point. Civilian settlement detected in your area. That's like hot settlements in your area. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And you know, the older I get, the more I realize, Shexy shingles, yeah, there we go. The older I get, the more I realize that whole adult friend finder thing. When I was younger, I always thought, oh, hey, you're just looking for a hookup as an adult. The reality is that no, you're just looking for somebody to talk to. You're just looking for somebody to like, hey, you want to go to Denny's or something? Like hang out at Waffle House for a couple hours? That's all you're looking for. Especially as the internet takes over more and more of our lives. Drill ships are hard and easy at the same time. There is this weird sort of middle ground in making them. Lots of ways that you can do it. Hot foods, oh god, yes. But there's a lot of different ways that you can make really good drill ships, and there's lots of ways where you can really screw it up. And it kind of depends on what you're going for. For instance, if you plan on making a ship that is going to be able to attach to another ship, you want to keep it kind of smallish generally. If you are going to have some distance where you need to haul a lot of stuff, then you're going to want it to be a little bit bigger. So it really kind of just depends on the situation you're in and what it needs to do. And that's true for all the vehicles. I think you should always pay attention to what are you attempting to do and what do you think it will be doing in the future. What am I missing? Oh, more steel. I swear to God. I make like 40,000 steel plate. That also, of course, makes them cheaper too. That's the other thing, is that when they're smaller, they're cheaper. But on the subject of that, let's go ahead and let's check out Tommy's rover here real quick. Let me bring this up over here. We'll screen that. Okay, this is Tommy's rover. God damn. Oh, it's a medic. Oh, okay. Here's something interesting. Technically, you cannot use that red cross. Funnily enough, the reason why you can't use that red cross, and it's been mentioned before, and especially in video games, the red cross, that symbol specifically, when tied to medicine of any kind, is a registered trademark of the Red Cross. So that's why in video games, you may see health items start out with a red cross on them, but they may change it to blue or to green. Because every time that a video game tries to do a red cross for health, they get sued by the Red Cross. And it sucks. Because, and a lot of people brought this up, because of video games, what winds up happening is that we learn red crosses are good. Red crosses mean that that is something that will help me. And that's why I think the Red Cross suing video game companies for that, or at least admonishing them for that. That's why I think it's a dumb idea. Because again, it teaches us Red Cross stuff good, not bad. So I think that's an important thing. Now, obviously, you're not going to be trying to make money off of this, so it's not as important. But it's just something for the future to think about. Other than that, though, let's keep watching this. That is a hell of a beast. Oh, great. Nice. What you might want to do, and I'm not sure if you've done this, is actually slow down the rotation of the multiplier on the turret controller. That might help keep it from jostling as much as it does. Because I find that if it moves a little bit slower, it doesn't have that constant jostling afterwards. And then also potentially on the hinge, turning on the inertia tensor. Yeah, something like that. Good news. We plan to help you with your injuries by speeding up your delivery to hell. Holy Jesus. You might have a slight problem with it crashing. Oh, good job though there, Tommy. That actually looks really cool. I like that. God, oh, that constant movement though. Yeah, no, it definitely is you're wrecking it. But good job, Tommy. It looks good. I really do like that. Okay, why is this one? What are you missing? Okay, production. Metal. Oh, metal grids. The other thing I am consistently running out of because of all of this heavy armor. What? I can't shave my bush. Okay. Not being an idiot-ish. Let us... Oh, goody, you got that one. All right, next up. Let's get some of this done up. I at least want to protect my component. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. So how you doing, Firefoot? And there we go. Okay. Let's see. That'll take a second or two to weld up. once it gets welded up, the next thing that I want to do is let's start working on the salvager. Sure. Oh. Our dude hovering in the air finally, I think, collapsed. Because he's not up there anymore. Interesting. That's true. I saw another good one. It was an Asmongold short, or actually it was an Asmongold video. He was reacting to Tony from LC Signs. If you haven't seen Tony from LC Signs, he is hilarious. I love his stuff. It makes me want to get one of those signs. However, it was about the whole, like, TikTokers who are trans, who are trying to say, there's nothing different between me and an actual woman. And it's like, there's a little bit that's different. Don't lie. I'm not going to disrespect you unless you're one of those really crazy ones. Like, you're just a guy who wears a dress and goes, I'm a woman. No. If you make the effort, then I'll make the effort to respect your pronouns. That aside, one of the comments on that video was hilarious. It was, I used to be a male trapped in a woman's body, and then my mother gave birth to me. And I was like, that is the best thing I've ever seen. It's so true. That, I think, counts for 100% of us. In fact, that is quite literally the most factual statement that I've ever heard in that regard. And that's the beauty of it. I need some lights in here too. I know I'm totally like, wee, but it happens. So, yeah, see, that's one of those, like, when you think about it, you're like, well, damn, it's so right. I need some of you. Actually, let's just clean that up. And light. Let's do some interior lights, shall we? Actually, no, it's not. It is not, because as soon as she steps on it, it's gonna explode. We actually found this out the hard way, because I was trying to get rid of some of the heavy armor up here so I could replace it with hangar doors, but because of camp drilling or grinding the way that it does, parts of it fell on the hangar door, which was fine, but then it would hit the floor and explode. Which would then take out the hangar doors and like huge chunks of the floor itself. So no, mother-in-laws and this floor do not mix. Oh man. Yeah, you gotta watch out for that. Heavy objects and armor don't get along. And honestly, that's not a bad thing, Tommy. Like, honest, when you're looking at a color and it reminds you of something like that, absolutely 100%, that is a good thing. That means that the whole idea of the original, God, I can't talk today. The original symbology is working. Symbolism, not symbology, symbolism. That just reminds me of Smecker from Boondock Saints. God, if you've never seen Boondock Saints, do yourself a favor and go see that movie. Oh, that movie is amazing. Probably one of my favorites. Just right up there. I need to watch it again. I haven't seen it in a while. Maybe not that much. There we go. Intensity a little bit down. Nice. Let's see. I want a little bit of... Let's go slightly yellow on that. L Bay 1. No. Copy. I will say the second one isn't as good. Boondock Saints 2, not quite as good. It has its moments, but in general, just not quite the same. I think they tried just a little too hard. Ooh. I has an idea for over here. There we go. Can't or can? Let's get this down a little bit. Can't not, yes. There you go. Let us do this. Actually use some floor blocks as floor blocks. Which just sounds like a strange alien name. Hi, I'm Floor Blocks Grind Clicker. I like that. That's gonna look pretty sweet. Of course, it'll take it a little while to get done, but... Exactly. I thought we got rid of him. Let's use that side. Can I get... Oh, no. That's fine. Because... Let's see. Okay. Oh, wait. Better idea. Better idea. Let's take out you. see. No. No, they can't. I kind of like where your head's at. But no, for that you would need the O2H2 generators. Now, fun fact. If you have enough ice on board, you don't necessarily need hydrogen tanks.
Inventory full. Inventory
Because the O2H2 generators will produce enough hydrogen for your thrusters to a certain extent. Now, the other thing, and especially if you are in space, that you don't have to worry about is you don't need as many thrusters because of the thruster to weight ratio is a little bit different. You're not fighting against gravity, and so you're not having to deal with all of the extra baggage of that. Let's do those. Oops. No, I wanted... Okay. Oh, well, in that case,
Inventory full.
if you're fighting against actual Gs, you're going to want a combination of both hydrogen and atmospheric. The reason for that is because what that's going to allow you to do is to use, it's going to give you the adaptability of both without relying solely on one or the other. Anytime that I am doing a drill ship in gravity, the highest normal gravity that I'm aware of is 1.2 or 1.25 G. Which is, I know Pertum has high G, as well as I want to say the alien planet. Space engineers, planets. Way. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that's not helpful at all. Let's see. Pertum actually has the highest G at 1.2. Titan, or no, Alien Planet is 1.1, and then Earth-like and Titan both have 1 G, with Mars having 0.9. So basically, if it'll fly on Pertum, then it'll be fine everywhere else. So that's essentially what your sort of benchmark is going to wind up being is, will it work on Pertum? If it will, you're good. Let's see how this looks. Actually, that looks really cool. I like those floor blocks. Okay. Next up, I need... I think it's funny. I'm building this shell of a base around another base. And I kind of want to preserve this other base because it was the first one that we found. And the first one we kind of made when this was going to be a piracy playthrough. So I like the fact that I am kind of just... It's sort of like putting the coffin around Chernobyl. The Chernobyl nuclear reactor. It's kind of how I feel when I'm doing this. But I like it. So what I want to do is I want to see about placing a relay there. That's actually a really good idea too. AR Bay 2 doors. Wow. Okay, there we go. Set up actions. Oops. Open, close. Okay. That will be that. Let's see about... Oh, that's one thing I wanted to do is get more thrusters in here. Let's see. Okay, Tommy. I'm usually used to reading and making sense of what you just wrote, but that one is starting to give me a stroke. I love you, Tommy, but man, that one is just, that's stressing me. Like, what? Like it, for those of you who may have missed that in chat, it's, I wash DLC money tight right now. And part of me is like, so you're doing money laundering in Space Engineers? Which, that sounds pretty badass, not gonna lie. But then the other part of me is like, but that might not be correct. So we're gonna wait for clarification. Again, I love you, man. And generally, I do pretty good. Oh, okay, yeah. You wish you had DLC. Got it. Okay, fair enough. That makes a lot more sense. Oh man. Oh yeah. You gotta watch out for that DLC coin. It can go up, it can go down, but right now it's just right. Oh man. No offense, Tommy. I understand that you do have some issues, but every once in a while you fuck up just right. Anyway, thought I was about to have to report you to the Department of Treasury. Let us stop getting distracted by everything. I needed to add a relay or 7. Let's throw you in there. AR, Mole AR, Bay 2. Oh, that's fair. Totally and 100% get that, Tommy. And especially the on-screen keyboards, because there's very little actual feedback sometimes on what you're clicking. And yes, Firefoot. That's one thing I do love about the DLC for Space Engineers. is that it doesn't feel like they're trying to cheat you out of stuff. Because, like, you look at a lot of other games that do DLC, I think City Skylines is a great example of going too far. And that all of their DLC introduces new gameplay mechanics alongside of a lot of these new blocks, or not blocks, but buildings and stuff like that. And then they price it at like $15, $20, $25. Like, why? All you're doing, and then to make it worse, is that a lot of the mods that then come out afterwards almost mandatorily have to have the DLC in order to function. So they intrinsically tie in the DLC to the actual game itself, so that you have to have the DLC in order to continue playing the game the way that you want to, which is stupid. I hate that. I know a lot of companies do it too. So that's why I will always be a stalwart defender of the way that Space Engineers does its DLC, because they don't tie the DLC directly into the main game. If there's going to be additional gameplay mechanics that are tied to the DLC, they just put it into the game for free. And the DLC that you're getting are blocks that simply add to that, but are not necessary for it. Yeah, money laundering playthrough for SE would actually be kind of cool. Yes. Yes, it does. Like, every time that they add DLC to City Skylines, it makes the game worse somehow. So, and the pricing for Space Engineers in general is just really good. I've never felt like I've been getting ripped off when I do buy anything from Space Engineers. I feel like I'm actively getting ripped off with City Skylines. And part of me is actually glad that City Skylines 2 failed in a way, because of the fact that it showed that even the good guys like that, when led by greedy companies, can still fail. And Paradox Interactive has been greedy for a long time, so I'm glad they kind of got their teeth kicked in a little bit. They deserved it. Colossal Order, maybe not so much, but definitely Paradox. Oh, that sucks. Although, No Man's Sky it's in this weird middle ground. There you go. True, Matt, true. But with No Man's Sky, it's in a weird sort of middle ground between it's a really awesome value because of the fact that it's $60 and you get all of this free content. But at the same time, all of that free content, if you're not keeping up to date hardware-wise as well, you may not be able to keep up with it. It's kind of a keeping up with the Joneses sort of thing. I will say, though, No Man's Sky in VR is probably one of the top 10 VR experiences that I've ever had. Just hands down, it is an amazing VR game. They did not half-ass it. The second best VR experience that I've ever had for a PC game, outside of VR-specific titles, would actually have to be Skyrim, with mods. Base Skyrim VR sucks ass. I'm sorry, but they screwed that push. Fallout 4 VR is even worse. But Skyrim VR with mods is just absolutely amazing. There's one mod that I really love, that is great, where basically it gives you a body. Actually, you need several mods for it, but you get a body, and then there are various item slots on your body for equipables like weapons, torches, your pickaxe, all sorts of stuff. And it's absolutely an amazing experience to be able to sit there and like grab a knife off of your arm, or reach behind you and pull your bow out, or reach next to you and grab your sword or your torch even, and just grab all this different stuff off of your body. That's like, if Bethesda had just spent the extra time, they could have very easily done that themselves, and it would have been phenomenal. But we all know that Bethesda doesn't do that. Oh, that sucks, Firefoot. And I could definitely sympathize with having a computer that's like right on the cusp. For a while there, my computer was the same way because I was still using an old first gen i7 920. And eventually, I think it was 2020, I was able to get it upgraded to a Ryzen 5. So I am distracting myself something fierce. I need you. I know I have an antenna. More specifically, I know. Why are you not working? Channel 1. Okay, that should be. Let's try disconnect. No, it should work anyway. What am I not setting up? HUD, send signals, set up action. Actions are set up. Let's disconnect from the. Yeah, I bet that's what it is. Because I'm still connected to the base. Yep, okay. I had the wrong one. I needed that one. Send signal. Yep. There we go. That was just me being a dummy. I am so good at that. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a quick AFK, and then when I get back, we are going to go ahead and start getting started. Wow, you are wonderfully redundant today, Cruz. But we are going to go ahead and get started on the salvaging ship. No more Monday brain. I'm trying real hard. Anyway, I'm going to go quick AFK. When I get back, we will go ahead and start working on the new salvaging ship so that we can salvage some of that debris out there and start bringing it home. Although, noticing something. Also, that is a beautiful day out there. I bet. Bet camp has already been salvaging stuff. It looks like it. Either that or... Yeah, I think camp has been actively cleaning stuff up. So the smaller stuff I don't have to worry about. The bigger stuff, maybe. In either event. Nice one. Okay, I will be back in just a few. Let's hop into this seat. Kind of a great view of the base here, which is really shaping up. Oh. Just in case while I'm gone. Okay, back in a few. Oh, what the hell are we shooting at? Whatever it is, it's not going to last long. At least I hope it's not going to last long. It's like, quick, let me get out of range. All right, well, if they're coming from that direction, let me get some more of that done. You know what? I haven't done this since last week. Give me a second here. Gotta rearrange some crap. Oh, go. Yeah, okay. Be right back. Gotta let Smudge in, and she's just sitting here bitching up a storm at me. It's like, calm down, girl. Being nice to you for a change. Okay, I need... Let's get these in place. Yeah. Hi. And give me a second, girl. I know you're excited. You get to come in here and get cuddled for a little bit. There we go. Okay. You want to? Come on. Come on. Over here. You seriously jumped the gap from the couch to that table, no problem. But you can't make it half the distance into my lap? Come on. It's okay. Come on. Yeah. Get over here, butthead. I swear to God. Those of you who are new, this is Smudge. She's one of 4 cats. She is a blonde and also very, very lovable. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I know. I'm getting distracted by cats, but I don't let them in my room all that often. I am allergic to them, and I like breathing. But every once in a while, I feel nice, and I go ahead and take pity on them and let them in here for a few. Isn't that right? Okay. Plus, that gave our wall some time to weld up. Let's see. Drifting Pursuant. Okay. Oh, you want low on this side too? Yeah? Does that feel good? It's a little bit chilly in here for you, isn't it? Yeah. It's all nice and what is it? 58 degrees here. Absolutely gorgeous morning. Those of us humans that are big boned and thick of weight are like, yes, this is amazing. And this poor little skinny bitch. Yeah. She's just like, I want your body heat. Let me steal it. Getting hugged and cuddled. Okay, girl. Up you go. Now that I'm covered in white fur. Back to work. Honestly, I love my cats most of the time. Sometimes not as much, but I do still love them. They are good animals. It would be terribly boring without them. However, I told my mom, after the last one kicks the bucket, which probably won't be for quite a while, I want at least 1 year without pets. Because for the past, I don't know, well, pretty much all my life, we have had some sort of pet. And I love animals. Animals are great. They're amazing companions. They are fantastic at, helping you deal with really shitty days. But at some point in time, I just need a break. I just need a day without a pet. That's all. So what I'm going to do with this wall, now we're coming back to Space Engineers. But what I'm going to do with that wall is I'm actually going to take out that section and I'm going to put in the window walls like we have over here. Yeah. All my grandmas are unfortunately no longer with me. All of my grandpas are also no longer with me. That and all of my family lives out west anyway, so it wouldn't matter. With the exception of my brother. My brother, sister, and mom. Hollows lives way up north. Well, northwest of me, I should say. I don't know where you live. So I don't know. Don't know if that would work. What if... All right, fair enough. That is true. Let's see, 4. And... yeah, there we go. You again. Now you can make it over. Yeah. Of course, all this kitty on cam. No hollows. What? Oh, that one didn't fare too well. Yeah, you guys just aren't going to survive coming to my base. I should, however... Yeah, basically. Let's see, AC... AC 150. I actually still have quite a few of the AC 150 rounds. Thanks, girl. All right. What I want to do here... So let's do... that.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Hey guys, the inventory is full. Okay, I need interior plate for that. And go there. Let's throw down a conveyor junction. And then we will do that. And what I'm wanting to do is let's switch over to a blister turret. That would be hilarious. Actually, I'm surprised they aren't already, but... Okay. That would unironically be fun. Production, control panel. Locked. Stop stealing ammo from that. There. Okay. That one should be helpful because that's like the words. Blister turrets are actually really, really good at dishing out a ton of damage. Let's set your targeted subsystem to offense primarily. And I want to put that there. And let's do another one of these. And again, locked. And let's set you to targeted subsystem offense as well. As fortunately, I imagine that as they take out the propulsion, they will also be tearing through, or not propulsion, but weapons. They will also be tearing through just about any other block that'll be useful. What I can do here is actually go ahead and take a couple of these out as we are replacing them. Put these here like so, and start actively switching them out to get ready. And the other thing that I want to do at some point is set this up so that it has stairs and kind of a little hallway coming up here. In fact, it might be kind of cool to make this an active observation area. Oh, speaking of, well, damn, that one didn't make it at all. Alrighty. Yeah, that's a really useful fact. What about let us junction this. AC one. Let's go with the 150 here. I have two 150s, which just makes it sound like a Ford commercial. I'll take these out here. You gonna pick that up? Eventually. Maybe? That there. Awesome. Apparently it shall not. Okay, so if okay, so let me understand this correctly. If one robot wipes the memory of another robot and they are charged as a human in court, or if they are charged as a human, would it be considered murder? The problem with that, I mean, that's a really good question, and it's a really good thought experiment, is that you essentially have to first dictate and or understand the difference between what would be considered alive for a robot and then what is considered death for a robot. Now, in the case of a human, we have humans that lose their mind all the time. Dementia, Alzheimer's, that sort of thing. Whereas with a robot, and with humans in general as well, does the loss of memory constitute death of the person? Or is it simply the ceasement of biological or mechanical functionality? So, for instance, if a human has all of their memories wiped, is that murder? Or is that simply assault? Right. But again, regardless, at what point does the loss of memory go from murder to, let's say, something like just assault? Because there are lots of situations where humans have lost their memory due to car accidents or just general accidents, through, like head trauma and whatnot. But the person that caused the accident was never charged with murder. Now, you could then consider, okay, well, what if the robot is physically harmed to such a degree that it cannot, in its current state, be powered back on for operation? And assuming, of course, that the robot does have full autonomy, like Data, for instance, would be a good example. Now, Star Trek did bring up that particular argument when they were doing an episode on suicide, which was a great episode. And Data posed that there was a time in his life where he had considered doing essentially a full factory reset on himself, because what he was going through was traumatic from his point of view, that his only course of action was to factory reset himself, or at least that's the thought process that he had. And Geordi mentions basically that effectively that would be like killing himself, thus bringing up suicide versus murder argument. So it's one of those, it is a very interesting thought experiment. But it also comes down to definitions. How do we define the life of a robot versus the life of a human? How do we define if the memory of the robot is more important than the physical casing of the robot? And ultimately, is that crime equatable to, is a robot crime equatable to a human crime? And that is, a perfectly suitable argument. There are others that would say, but the robot itself is still intact. The original robot is still a viable body. It is still capable of relearning things. So it was not murdered, even though it forgot what it was or who it was. And that's why it's a fun thought experiment, because both sides, in a way, are right. It depends on your point of view. It depends on how you want to look at what the life of a robot actually is. Is it the core sum of its memories? Or is it simply its basic functionality, its physical functionality? Now that we're done being philosophical as all hell in here, let's get some more work done here. You know what? That is a really good analogy there, actually. And I think, again, that would be an excellent counterpoint and argument to the whole thing. Yes, I know you're there, but I'm busy. Let's go ahead and... Oh, something just got blowed up. Yeah, those ships just do not get a chance to come in here. Like, as soon as they get close, they get busted. I'm not complaining, though. I am 100% glad that they don't get a chance to make it that far. Oh, yeah. Let's dump off what I have. And make some more steel plates. How much iron ore do I have? Iron ingots in this case, and the answer is very little. And the iron that I need to get to is over there where we're shooting stuff. I think there's some that's closer. I'm not 100%. So we're about to go find out. Okay. Or not necessarily closer per se. There's just some in this direction. They really are. Well, that's because obviously my threat level is getting up higher too. I am becoming more of a problem. Which is kind of cool. They should understand our pain. That's magnesium, which I'll probably want to grab some magnesium at some point as well. Specifically, I want that iron. I want that good old red dust. That sweet, sweet blood red metal. What? What? You have already been in my lap twice, and every time you jump back out of it, like an idiot. Don't try and be cute with me. I already know you're adorable as fuck. If you're gonna get in my lap, get in my lap. Yeah, you want a landing spot? There you go, landing spot. Ooh, iron. Over here talking shit to my cat and found exactly what I was looking for. So there we go. Ow! Hey, Angel, what's up? Okay. Little bit of a problem, aside from the fact that I do have a shield on here. So I'm not too worried about it. UPS iron hole 2. Oh God. Yesterday was a terrible Monday. Honestly, I think we should move to strike Mondays from the calendar. Just get rid of them. Well, sounds like something's getting shot at again. Like yesterday I don't know what it was, but yesterday just decided that it wanted to suck really bad. I bet it was somebody's greatest day, though. That lucky son of a bitch. But they're all like, this is the greatest day of my life. Ah, there it is. Okay. I want to go down just a little bit more. That's what she said. That's... That's fair, Tommy. That's fair. Yeah. Sometimes somebody has a good Monday. And that's fair. Like I'm actually glad that, and it wasn't the worst day I've ever had. But it definitely wasn't the best day either. It was a day. It was something else. But we had fun. It was not boring. I will grant it that. It was not a boring Monday. Righty. Need all of this. Actually, let's go ahead and let some of the stone out. Oh, all the stone is already out. Okay. Jesus, this picks up so much iron so quickly. It's like, I just need all of this right here, right now. Oh. Let's be careful with that. Now, one of the nice things about the Defense Shields mod is that I can actually bring the shields up or down, which is really useful when you're digging a hole or returning to base. So right now I've got the shields up and they're charged. They're fully charged shields, which is what is nice about it. So that instead of just turning them on or off, which causes them to discharge and then have to recharge, I can sit here with them fully charged and then just, bring them down when I don't need them. Then turn them back on when I do. Bring them up. Okay. And shields down. as we come home. Oh, it's getting on near lunchtime. Awesome. Ow. Watch out for that. And oops. Here we go. Not the prettiest way to land, but not the worst either. I just had a thought. What happens if you stand on... Because I'm an idiot. I gotta try this. Oh, it just pushes you off to the side. Okay. Sorry, I had a moment there where it was like, I gotta try this. I gotta see what happens. My brain will not let me live without testing this. Alright, it looks like I need to power cycle that. That's partly true. I've always been a little surprised at Space Engineers on console, just because the consoles are usually like a generation or two behind where PCs are. I don't know if those turrets are actually on or not. Let's see. Yes, they're all on. Okay, cool. Oh. Nice. Okay. We'll leave those alone. We'll go back to work. I know I need to work on a salvager. Actually, I need to drop off that. And then composite. This production looks awesome. And then, boop. Wow, well, that was one hit and apparently took it out. I love those AC 150s. Oh, no, there they go. The hell is right there? And they're not drilling through the ground, which is nice. Oh, that's what's over here. Just the field of, just a field of dead droids. That's what's happening. What are you? You can't see it. I guess apparently it can. Yeah, oh yeah. There's your robot murder right there. That is 100% robot murder. All right. what I want to do with this area, I don't know yet. I may wind up turning this into the drone printing lab. But, ooh, those are emissive. Ooh, nice. What we're going to do first is turn that off. I'm going to go make myself something to eat. I'm actually kind of hungry. So food. Then when I get back, we're going to go ahead and start working on the salvager. Need to go ahead, which is funny because camp seems to be doing most of the salvaging, although nothing's getting close enough to worry about now. So I kind of wish it would send bigger stuff at me. Slightly bigger ships. Kind of glad it doesn't, but I wish it would. Other than that, I'm going to go ahead and, like I said, I'm going to go make myself something to eat. And then when I get back, we'll start figuring out what to do next. I want to put together a salvaging ship so that we can eventually get over there to the Stormfire and get that torn apart. And then there's a couple of these little outpost bases, like that regional headquarters, that I want to go through and tear down. And I think there's a couple others. So we have a little bit of work ahead of us. Should be fun, though. And yeah, so be back in just a few. Let me get my my tea break up here. There we go. And I'll be back shortly. Alrighty, we are back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Alrighty. Well, the base is still intact, so that's good. Let's see. Looks like, judging from okay, we're having a little bit of an issue with saving. Let's turn that off for right now. Kind of let everything settle back out. But looks like we've got quite a bit of debris out here. I just had an idea. One of the things that I need to worry about is the potential for getting attacked while I'm out salvaging. What I could do is essentially a two-piece sort of construction. The first piece is the actual salvager itself, designed so that I can fly it around with a couple of grinders on it and just grind everything down that I need to. Awesome. I think it's just you. I think I'm okay. Let's see. Mute, thank you. No, everything looks fine. Shut up. Fuck you, Kintar. Anyway, so the concept is that I would have the main salvager, and then I would have a secondary housing that it would lock into, that it would fly out, that has guns on it and the ability to rearm itself fairly easily. So that essentially what I could do is fly the whole thing out to a location, land it, disconnect the salvager from the defense body, and the defense body would essentially act as a... Oh, gotcha. It would essentially act as a weapons platform that, if needs be, I could just leave out there. Just leave it and go. Otherwise, though, I would just reconnect to it and take off. I think I know how I will do that as well. Let's grab some of this. Yeah, now it's getting bad. Okay. All right, we're fine. Let's see. Wow. I think Let's do the connector here. I need to do one more. Okay, wow. Now I'm starting to get some technical issues here. Wait, why is that on? I turned that off. Oh no, I left it on, that's right. What I will do is actually for this one, it's going to do atmospheric thrusters. And then let's not do that. Let us do that and then this. There, and we'll do 2 on each side. There we go. I keep seeing that show up. I haven't had a chance to actually watch it yet, but it does look interesting. And a lot of people were saying that they enjoyed the graphic novel, I think that it's from, or the book that it's from. My God, this is getting terrible. Okay, let's do a quick refresh of things here, because this is getting to the point where it's almost unplayable again. Which, after about 3 hours, isn't too bad. Give this a second or two to actually shut down. Then we can bring it back up. Okay. What is Murderbot streaming on anyway? Apple TV. Of course it's on Apple TV. Oh, and Prime Video. Okay, cool. Was asking what streaming service it's on. And it's Apple TV, and it looks like also Amazon Prime. Which I think we still have a Prime subscription. Oh, gotcha. No, this is a live action one with the guy who was in The Northman, which was a really good movie. I enjoyed the hell out of that. I really don't watch much anime these days. Although there is one that looks kind of interesting. I don't know the name of it. I know it's a more recent one where it's this guy who is a sword master but doesn't realize that he's like a great sword master. And he is running a dojo until his old man is like, hey, you need to go get a wife because I want grandkids. And then that kind of jumpstarts the entire thing. But apparently it's supposed to have really good. Yeah, something like, yeah, I think that's about right. But it's supposed to have really well animated sword choreography. So that one I might want to check out. But otherwise, Murder Drones, okay. I think in general, anime for me has just gotten kind of boring because a lot of it is generally just the isekai stuff. Isekai, the harem anime. I'm more into things like Ghost in the Shell, Akira, Cowboy Bebop, those sorts. Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right, gotcha. Thank you, Matt. All right, let's throw in. A lot of people were saying that the manhwa was actually pretty good. Reactor. Why are you trying to be red? Huh. Okay, hopefully that works. Tommy, don't even. I don't care what words you use. Like, that is. I will say this right now. I fucking hate the way that the internet has been breaking language. I hate that because of making everything advertiser safe and friendly and not offending dumb motherfuckers. And I'm gonna get angrily verbose about this. But I am tired about how weak-minded we are these days about being able to fully utilize the entire English language to actually and accurately express what we are attempting to convey with our words. We should not be censored just because an advertiser doesn't feel comfortable with the idea that somebody has said murder, suicide, rape, or anything else, because those words exist for a reason, and those words need to be used because of those reasons. If we constantly change words because people are offended, we will no longer have a functioning language, because the language will be changing too rapidly for the entirety of the world to be able to keep up with it. I don't care how fast the internet is. I think it's one of those things that if we constantly have to censor ourselves to make people happy, then we are doing everybody else a disservice. Oh no, I totally get that language changes. I am totally okay with the fact that words are going to change over time. But when words are changing every second, when we are taking old words and replacing them with something that already exists, like from rape to grape. Okay, well, now you have just ruined the word grape. Grape is a fruit. Grape is something you eat. Murder is now unalive. That is terrible, because that completely dismisses the entire reason behind the idea of unalive, or of murder, or of, suicide, or anything like that. Those words exist in our language for a reason, because they are definitions of an activity that is important for us to understand the ramifications of. So, I think it's the dumbest shit out there. But that's my rant for today. Anyway, if you want to say those words, you go ahead and you say those words, because those words exist and they need to continue to exist. So, back to our regularly scheduled program. God, I get so damned irritated at that. It really is the dumbest shit. Okay, batteries. Let's grab a couple of batteries here. Let's actually stack these on top as well. Exactly. That should be a good amount of batteries. And then want this, and that. Do I want that? Yes, I do. And then you know what? Nope. I need and that. Yeah, there we go. Now I can stick these on here. And then I get 1, 2, 3 grinders. And a nice, neat line. I should be able to get just about everything with that without much issue. And then I can stick some gyros into here. I'll need an antenna. What else do I want in here? I could do a couple of action relays. And then I want up here in the way. Let us see about moving up. And out of the way. Up here like this. There we go. There we are. And then that's also, I don't want those. I want the sci-fi ones. I like the sci-fi ones better. Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that one, Tommy. That is part of the reason why I generally just upload my VODs to YouTube unedited. Well, I just also lazy, but I upload them unedited. Partly because I also believe that the essence of the moment can be lost without the context preceding it or the consequences after it. So I oftentimes feel that to edit the VODs down to like 25 to 30 minute viewing removes a lot of the nuance from what's happening. Now, granted, a lot of it is me just ranting about random shit, so there's that. But I also want to preserve the fact that I use the words that I use. I am a more adult streamer. I am an older streamer. I wouldn't necessarily call myself adult, but I am a streamer of age. And so because of that, I like being able to use my adult words. And I don't like being told that I'm not allowed to. That's why I have the language warning on here, because despite the fact that Space Engineers is more of a family-friendly game in that respect, I'll be damned if somebody's going to tell me I can't say the F word or the S word or the B word or any other damn word that I want to use. Damn it. I like words. I like using them. I'm going to. Actually, I kind of like that. You three right up against it, and then that one forward. Yeah, it's not that YouTube realized they're the world's babysitter. It's that YouTube realized that they don't give a damn about their users. They don't care about the users. What they care about are the shareholders and the advertising companies. That's who they're afraid of. That's who they're not trying to offend. That's all that matters to them, is making sure that the ad revenue continues to come in, because that's where they're making their money. All right. God, I'm just over here ranting like an old man at clouds. Let's also get... Now, this is going to be a little bit more interesting because I also have to make sure that this thing has a lot of reverse thrust for being able to hold itself kind of ass up. So what I will probably also do is put a couple of extra thrusters like this, reverse thrusters. Hey, what's up, clone? Actually, I will put them up closer to the front. Not too bad. About yourself. What about moving you off of there? Let's move... Actually, we'll put some attachment points here. have already been blowing it up. That's why it's out there and not over here. And it's also part of what I'm working on at the moment. Let's get... I can't help it. You just need to schedule your life around my streaming. That's all. Oh, damn. I don't need a thruster that big. Am I out of... Oh, I am. There we go. Okay. Now, do I have space to throw in some extra small thrusters? And it looks like I do. So let's do that. Apparently not right there. See, it's because my streaming schedule rarely changes. I'm almost always starting at 9 a.m. Eastern, my time. And I almost always run for 2 to 4 hours. Sometimes longer. So see, it should be really, really easy to match my schedule. All right. I think that... there you go. Let's see. That's not tied to it at all. That is. Okay. Now we just got to sit here and wait for this thing to weld itself together. And then we get to figure out the next part, which is how I'm going to get any sort of weapons on here. Yeah, that one's on you, though. Nothing I can do about that one. This is not. That is a hole in the floor. This is camp. It's actually by one of the authors who had done a modded version or an upgraded version of the build and repair. It's done by Crimson. In fact, let me try and pull it up here. Yeah, here we go. Construction and Assembly Material Processor is the name of it. That is the link for it on the workshop. One of the biggest issues that I've been running into with build and repair is that it is very resource heavy. While I like it and there's a lot that it does that is cool, it also unfortunately slows me down over time. This, however, is lighter weight, is much more responsive, still has a decent sized area for welding and grinding in. It does welding and grinding, and it does pick up items. So basically it is meant to be a replacement for build and repair. But it is not build and repair. That is the key thing, is that it is rewritten from the ground up to be much lighter weight And so it doesn't have the same issues. It also doesn't appear to have the same bugs either. Because one of the biggest issues that we kept running into with build and repair was that it would randomly eat blocks on subgrids. So don't seem to be having that issue anymore. Am I out of interior plate? I bet I am. Nope, I have interior plate. I bet, though, I am out of small steel tubes. Motors. Let's get some more of that. Yes. Or just randomly popping blocks off of subgrids as well. I had that happen to the doors on the tunnel base. So it's one of those that, again, overall, it seems to be just better. Also, some of the functionality that it has, like highlighting what block it's working on, is really nice. I had a pair of doors on the front of the tunnel. Not sure if you remember it or not. It was that 2-kilometer long tunnel, but I had a pair of doors that were on it. And I would come back and periodically there would be blocks randomly missing from the doors. And it was always the weirdest thing. How am I doing on steel plates? I have 34,000 steel plates. I should be good. That's fair. I may actually go ahead and we might take a look at the base later on. It does take a little bit for it to load up, though. However, it is still one of my favorite builds. A lot of work went into it, and the fun part is, and especially because that was like a couple of DLCs ago, there is some new blocks that I could wind up putting in there that would be interesting. All right, you were waiting on something. Okay, that is just cool. What do you need? How are we doing on metal grids? I could stand to make some more. Actually, you know what? Instead of that, yes. Yeah, as far as you put a projector with a blueprint on it, it'll build that as well. Like I said, it's basically build and repair, just rebuilt and repaired. And so it is just a better overall experience. Let's see, do you have... uranium? Okay, why are we not... What did I break? Nothing. You're... Oh, because you're not connected. You are now connected. Not yet. I only added it yesterday. However, it has been working on the base. I've been using it to add this stuff to the base. So it has done a fairly good job overall in that respect. It does also have a fairly large working area. Yeah, hopefully not. We'll show off the working area here. So as you can see, it does have a good distance. Yeah, so I've got some space here. So it's one of those that currently I highly recommend it if you're looking for a replacement for build and repair. If you are fine with build and repair and you're not having any issues, I'd say just, keep using what you're using. But for me, it is replacing and essentially becoming the necessary replacement for what I need. Okay. What are you guys missing? Steel plate, large steel tubes. Probably need more motors. I've got plenty of motors. Probably more metal grids. I am consistently in need of metal grids. I swear to God. I can make 10,000 metal grids and still run out of them. Let's see, did you get... No, not yet. I still don't have a through line. What? Okay, that's interesting. Unless... And... Aha! That's because Cruz is a dummy. And I thought I had connectors on all four sides. I apparently do not. There we go. We're good now. And it looks like we're all done up. Awesome. Okay. Let's see. I need a name for the grinding ship. I don't know what to call it, though. Actually, I know what to call it. We're going to call this Carry On Connector. Nah, Grinder's that gay site. Literally. But I think Carry On should work because that's essentially what it's doing, is it's picking through corpses. I also need... I try and do something similar if at all possible. I'm not going to worry too much about giving this like a proper skeleton. Oh, I need steel plate. Okay. What I'm going to do, however, is as long as it's a naming convention that you yourself can remember, that's what's important. That's what naming conventions are for, is to help remind you of what something is. Okay, relay. Action relay 1. You need to be carry on AR 1. Send a signal to channel, we'll say 2. And then I need yeah, that's also a problem I have, is that I don't finish a lot of the stuff that I'm working on, unfortunately. There we go. You are base AR2. That's what I named. No, it's not, but it does. Oh, that's what it is. AR Bay 1 doors. Set of actions. What doors? Mole hanger side doors. Okay. Oops. Open, closed. Oh. Yeah. I think the only ship that I've really come close to finishing, actually there's a couple of them. Usually the smaller ones I do better with. And then the Battleship Vengeance that I did, that one I got close to finishing. Set up actions. Okay, we're all set here. Let's make sure. First of all, carry on connector. Switch lock. Second of all, tools. And I want to actually group those, I think. Carrying grinders. Off. And then I want AR. Send signal. And there we go. And she flies fairly well, too. Nice. All right, now the question is, how close to this base can I get before I trigger something bad? How quickly can I get away if I do? Okay. Looks like it does move pretty quick. Let's see. Let's get down here. That is a bright yellow. It's a Factorum base. Or at least it was. How are we on? Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, so you've been away for a little while. So what I wound up doing was Brockstar had mentioned a new type of NPC mod that had come out called NPC Provider. It is essentially a replacement for modular encounters. One of the factions that it has that you can get is the Factorum. And so that was one of the ones that I grabbed. Let's hop out real quick. What's in here? Oh, ice. Yeah. Not only does it seem to be better than modular encounters, I don't know. I'm not too worried about it, though. But not only does it seem to be a little bit better than modular encounters, it also has a lot of really good additional systems that allow it to, and not only that, it is custom tailored for servers, more so than single player. That's true. Let's see. Is there anything that was left in you? Nope. Nothing in you. Just making sure there's nothing hidden here. Nope, doesn't look like it. Cool. It would, but the reason why I do this is because I also want to make sure that this is going to work when I am using it to clear out ship debris as well. Because the next thing that I'm going to do is go over to that downed Stormfire that's been over there for like ages and go ahead and start grinding it down as well. So this is more of just a test run to make sure that this is going to function the way that I want it to. And because I don't have a dedicated salvaging ship, so why not? It ain't gonna hurt nothing. That I don't know. I'd have to double check its settings. Kind of wish I had some slightly better grinding tools, though, for ships. Similar to the way that I have some really awesome drills. And yeah, I honestly, I don't know. I do know that at one point it was forcing my guns to shoot at the enemy so that it could collect the scrap. It was the weirdest thing that I could suss out, because it would stop firing for, it would stop firing because the turrets are set to only attack, they're AI controlled, but they're set to only attack the offensive subsystems. The ship was neutral, and yet the guns would be targeting specific blocks on the downed ship, popping the blocks into scrap, and then immediately camp would start picking up the scrap. It was the weirdest thing I had ever seen. I don't know if it was just anecdotal or, coincidental, or if it was something that was actively doing, because they weren't firing anyway. Like, there was nothing there for it to shoot at. Honestly, there were no offensive weapons, nothing offensive on that neutral grid, because they're only set to attack enemies, not neutrals. And they're only set to attack weapons. I am 100% certain. I double checked the grid. It was just a couple of reactors, some armor blocks, and I think a thruster or two, and that was it. Yeah, exactly. Also, I am really happy with this. This is working out way better than I thought it would. Now, the only other thing that I can think of for why the guns were shooting while camp may have been grinding is that once camp basically locks onto a block, it temporarily turns that block into a hostile entity that the guns were then shooting at. That's the only thing that I can think of that may have been happening outside of camp's programming going, shoot these blocks so that I can scrap them. Something, there it is. But without knowing more about how it all works, I can't say with any sort of certainty, like, this is definitely what was happening. No, they were not set to fire on neutrals, as far as I remember. I'd have to double check them, but no. Because I specifically don't want them targeting the neutral grids, so that way I can go out and eventually salvage them. The ships were neutral, yes. They had become neutral. They were originally hostile, And then through getting destroyed, they became neutral. Let's grab this beacon. This is actually kind of fun. Like, I've never had a proper grinding ship, so this is kind of nice, honestly. I always have mining ships and I try and make combat ships, but this is the first time I've had a grinding ship, so this is cool. I like it. And it seems to be doing all right with the current mass, so let's grab what's in here. And also, this is, of course, way faster than doing it by hand. Yes, that was, of course, my big concern as well, is whether or not I was going to have enough thrust capacity for the amount of potential items that were going to be in here. So that's why I went overboard. I wanted to make sure I was going to have enough internal and carrying capacity for potentially everything that I would be holding. Figured, what is that? 6 large thrusters plus a few more smaller ones underneath should be enough. Should be adequate. Yeah, I can see that one as well. Well, that's a good use of the windows. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it as flat as possible. I made sure to add the large thrusters for both reverse and for backwards and forwards, so that I could tip it back or forward as necessary. I kind of figured I would be tipping it forward more than back. So, or, tipping nose down. So that's why I made sure to add more thrusters for backwards than for forwards. As I can always start at the top of something and come down. It's a little bit more of a pain in the ass to start at the bottom and work my way up. That's not a bad idea. Or, strangely enough, fewer gyroscopes. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea either. Or just turn down the power on a couple of them. So that way, when you do have it level, you're less likely to accidentally whip it around and lose your sense of level. Whoops. Fair. So it's one of those, you've got options. see, we're about halfway full and about halfway through this base. And I have to admit, I'm really, really happy with how this turned out. This is a lot better than I thought it was gonna be. I mean, I plan around certain contingencies, or at least attempt to, but you can only plan for so much. Reality is then going to kick in and do the rest. So sometimes it's just, as they say, hope for the best, plan for the worst. That out. Yeah. Actually, the one build and repair that I was using, the Crimsons, you would typically probably just need surprisingly enough, flip those. Hope for hollows, plan for Kintar. Because that's how that one goes. And I want this ladder. Nice. Wow. Because usually I figure Crimson really isn't too bad. Now, granted, I will typically have more than one monitor being active at any given point in time. Well, that's good. You wouldn't want to overdo it. Let's finish getting these. Now, the nice thing is that this lets me know that I should quite easily be able to get the Stormfire, which is also what I designed this around, was being able to get that ship. There we go. And there. I could probably use 1 or 2 more gyros, I think. Yeah, probably. Just to be on the safe side. See. And I should have enough storage capacity to get the rest of this base, I think. I hope. Yep, we are. All right, what I'm going to do is cut around to over here. I do want to add some floodlights to it, I think. Just to make sure that if I need to, I can light up what's in front of me. Yeah, that's fair. Although I've got trash removal on, hopefully trash removal will go ahead and pick up anything that is underground and out of reach. Get those big old doors. Awesome. And let's come around to this side. Not sure what that was, but it's gone now. I know what it's not. Intact. I think it's also funny that there's a tree that's just sticking straight up through the base. That is an assembler. Well, I mean, my base right now, so, okay, this playthrough started out as a piracy playthrough. That was the point, was that it was one of the captured vanilla bases. One of the new ones from, was it Signal, I think it is? Whereas once we switched from modular encounters to this, it radically changed my approach. So it went from just having kind of a home base. Hey, hollows! It went from just having a regular old, just here's a spot to drop off some stuff. Oh, I am actually almost full. I might have to come back and finish this off. Oof, yeah, we're getting a little full here. All right, let us head back. Where are we? There we go. It's NPC provider. Let me look it up real quick. I'll grab that for you. NPC provider. And you are correct. It does not necessarily work well with that's NPC provider. It does not necessarily get along with modular encounters, but if you had modular encounters already installed, you can just go ahead and disable the mod and then swap out to NPC provider, and it seems to do okay. The next thing you are going to want is npc.pack. Yeah. So by itself, it really doesn't do too much. You are absolutely going to want to look for mods on the workshop that are npc.pack. That's what you want to look up, and there should be about 7 of them. Just get all of those and enable them, and you will be good to go. All right, let us get back home. Actually, let's find all of our backwards thrusters. Carrying reverse thrusters. Save. Groups. Yep, all the good stuff. It has been an eventful day today. Yes, it does. Yeah. Yes, there was kitties. Actually, just one. Smudge was the only one who came down today. Looks like the base is still mostly intact, so that's good. Looking for... There it is. There. Well, that's the nickel hole I want home. Slow down a little bit. We'll take a nice leisurely trip back home, so that way I'm not, like, going to crater myself immediately. That would feel kind of shameful after doing all of this salvage. So this will be the first time we have managed to get a salvaging vehicle back home. Because the first time we did that with the salvager, the salvage trailer, and it got taken out by an orc. Actually, no. The cockpit got taken out by an orc. Then gravity took the salvager, and then it wound up over there somewhere. Somehow. Still don't understand how that one worked. But it did. That was the weirdest thing. So essentially the way the NPC provider works is that you still have your vanilla stuff, but what it does is it adds these additional factions on top of it. Each planet, each moon, and parts of space will have a territory that is assigned to one of the factions. So, and it's at random. I think it is still part of, let's look, factions. It is, as far as I know, it is part of Factorum. So it pops, it adds to them. It is not a separate faction of Factorum. It is all part of Factorum. Where is... There it is. Okay. Yes, you can. In my case, I'm not friends with them. Apparently, I have damaged them a lot. Plus, I had already attacked them earlier when I got the Prototech refinery. Well, that's just it, is that you can buy stuff from them. So it's not just like, it's one of those things that you can befriend them and then get Prototech from them, which still gets you to the same spot in terms of, you know, being able to get Prototech. Regardless, it opens up a lot of avenues for additional and different gameplay, which is nice. Little bit off. And there we go. There we go. Yeah, I need some lights. Indeed. So I turn off my lamps. There we go. So our first salvaging ship successfully goes to work on a base and comes back in one piece. Yay. That is what I like to see. And we came back with a whole stockpile of stuff. Okay, let me put it to you this way. If you're already using MES and you uninstall MES, the stuff that is attached to it will also have to be removed, so assertive as well. Once you remove assertive, all of the items that are part of it will also disappear. So if you're using MES and you're using assertive, stick with that. Do not switch over. Yeah. In your case, new game. And you absolutely can do piracy. It is totally plausible. Okay. Actually, I'm going to leave it like that for now. And how are we looking overall? Pretty darn good. I think the next step would be to go ahead and get my back scratched. I think step 2 is to take out maybe that base over there. Finish taking out that base and then see about grinding them down for parts. I think that's kind of the direction I want to go in for that. I want to finish what's over there at some point. And then, of course, also finish my base, or at least getting a roof on it. And then also switching out the turrets. That's not a bad idea. Sometimes it's nice to just go ahead and give yourself a new sort of canvas to work with, especially if you've been away for a little while. Because then you're like, okay, I'm kind of relearning it, but at the same time, I get to play with new toys. Speaking of, I think we're going to wrap up this save here, but I wanted to go back to bases for a few. Which, unfortunately, bases is going to take just a little bit to load up, because it's kind of a big one. It's very, very big. There we go. And bases. This is the one that I was working on last year, I think. Yeah, last year. Like, around this time last year, I think. I'd have to double check that. But I'm pretty sure that it was about that time. But this is the one where I have the 2 giant doors on subgrids. Although it's interesting, a while back, a couple of years ago, I think, I had done a short for YouTube showing off the hangar doors that I had made for one of my much earlier playthroughs, which was on an ice lake. Yes, all of these offline games. It's really hard to load an online game from a year ago. That being said, I don't play on servers. Okay, I'm going to be completely honest. I hate playing with people. I really do. I hate playing with people because sometimes I'm only going to play for 30 minutes. Sometimes I play for 4 hours. I never know. I hate playing with people because now there's this expectation that I have to sit there and play with them for that entire period of time that they want. Yes, it's very narcissistic of me. Fucking deal with it. But also, I don't like leaving what I am creating up to somebody else to either defend or work on all the time. Oftentimes, I want to work on it, I want to build it, and then I'm going to pack it up and put it away. However, because you've been away for a while, you've missed out on a couple of key announcements. It's like you're trying to say something, Hollows, but I just don't get it. Anyway, key announcements. Important things coming up. Coming up on June the 2nd, I will be starting a Space Engineers server for the month of June. So from June 2nd, and actually June 1st, I'm going to get the server started and up and running. June 2nd is when people will be able to start joining it. If you are a subscriber, I will make sure that you automatically, or as automatically as I can get, I will get you an invite so that way you will get the information, you will be able to join it, no questions asked. If you're a subscriber, you get in. No big deal. Regulars. And I will handpick the regulars. Will get the opportunity to get invited to the server. Right now, I am looking at about 20 spots, 20 players for the server. I am working on kind of a budget here, kind of a little bit of a budget, but yes. So about 20 people. So subscribers, handpicked regulars, and then for the first 2 weeks of June, I will be giving or doing sort of drawings for the for invites, so that way you'll be able to get access to the server. The host location will be on the East Coast of the US. I am most likely going with GTX as the hosting service, as it seems to be the one that will allow me to do the Steam hosting. So if you're a console player, I'm sorry. It will have mods. You will most likely not be able to join. My apologies. I'm just a Steam player. That's just the way of it. So Steam players, PC players in general will be able to get on there, no problems as far as I'm aware of. So that's what we're looking at. Like I said, no, you do not know the handpicked people. I don't even know the handpicked people yet. I have some ideas, but I will let people know closer to the start of June. Yeah, pretty much, Clone. So that's what we're looking at. The server will be set up with the star system generator. I am looking to add just custom planets, I believe. And on top of that, I am looking to add NPC provider, as well as weapon core, camp, and I don't know what else yet. but that's generally kind of what I'm going for. I don't want to have too many mods, but I still want it to be modded. Well, modded and, you know, generally enjoyable for most people. So that's what I'm looking at as far as that goes. So I will probably have more information coming up by Friday. Holy shit, it is almost the end of the month. So Friday, I should have more information. I'll probably work on that for the rest of the week, kind of get some more ideas going and let everybody else know. Plus, I will be putting the information up on the community Discord. So that way you guys will have it available. In fact, I'll probably make a channel specifically for that. If it turns out that not only is it something that I am hopefully going to be able to continue economically, but is also enjoyable, you know, lots of people want in and lots of people are enjoying it, I will see about continuing it. I make no promises, but that's where we're at. And then the other thing is that next month, Dune Awakening comes out. Kintar was nice enough to get me a copy of it. In fact, he was nice enough to get me the deluxe edition, which will allow me to start early on June 5th, which I believe is a Friday. So Friday, with the server coming out, no, that'll be a Thursday, wouldn't it? Hey, we've got these cool things called calendars. Let's just look. Yeah, Thursday. Okay, so June 5th is a Thursday. So more than likely, what I will be doing is server on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, that's fair. We'll do server Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll do Dune Awakening on Thursday. And then Friday will probably be one or the other. Just kind of depends. In fact, with it coming out, you know, if anybody else is going to be getting the game and wants to hang out, I'll talk to Kintar and we'll see about making a guild in Dune Awakening for anybody that wants to join. So, and it's also one of those, now that I'm thinking about it, oof, that's a rough one because I could go either way with that. Anyway, we'll discuss more later. What I wanted to show off. You probably would. But here's the hangar doors that I was talking about. Which one of these? These are... No, I know what you meant. These are the hangar doors that I was talking about that I had been having issues with build and repair, where build and repair would just randomly pop blocks off of it for no reason when it was set to weld and grind. I love these doors. I was so happy with them. The only problem, this is a purely aesthetic thing, a purely artistic thing, is that they don't make that big, heavy metal thunk sound when they close. I wish they did, because it would be awesome, but unfortunately they don't. Other than that, though, they're really cool and I like them. And I am really happy with how they turned out. Thank you. And of course, from this side, they've got a cool look to them. And they weren't all that difficult to actually make. Like, the reality of them is that they are ridiculously easy to put together. Right now, as far as I know, it's official servers only. I think that there has been talk of them doing dedicated servers that are owned by players. But beyond that, I haven't heard anything. I haven't delved too deeply into that. But the nice thing about Dune is that primarily it is a PvE game. So for the most part, it's not going to be PvP. However, there are going to be locations within the PvE spaces that you will get flagged for PvP. And just like WoW, you can flag yourself for PvP. And on top of that, there will be more of an end game area, the deep desert, which will be PvP only, from what I understand. But it will reset either weekly or bi-weekly, I think. Like, as they call it, a great grandmother of a storm will come through, wipe everything out, change all the locations, and then you will come back in and kind of, rebuild again and whatnot. So that way it'll keep massive guilds from being able to lay long-term hold over that area, which is really nice. Hey, what's up, Dots? Actually, this is running fairly good today. As long as I don't have like 1,000 different hinges and whatnot going. This is the one build that I'm actually the most happy with. I love this build so much. Well, it hasn't returned so much as we're just taking a look at it because I was talking about it earlier. But it's definitely one of my favorites. And then, here goes my drill ship, which I was really happy. This is another one I was really happy with. I don't even remember what I called it. Not there. Drill bit. That's what it was. Info. Drill bit. Secret tunnel. Drill bit was such a cute ship, which is up on the workshop. There is a blueprint for it. There's actually two blueprints for drill bit. There is the regular version, vanilla, and then there is the Rebel Lights version that uses a mod for its flood lamps. Although now now that we have floodlights, I could actually replace the Rebels stuff with the floodlights. But let's get flipped around here. It happens. It's okay to take breaks from the game. There are lots of times where I will take a break from a game for a while because I'm like, I need something else. But yeah. God, I do that too, Dots. So I totally get it. Oftentimes I will reach that point where I'm like, I don't know what I want to do. I could just sit here for a while, sure, but... And then I usually wind up going onto YouTube, starting YouTube Shorts, and then like 3 hours later, I'm like, oh shit, where did the time go? Oh, let's move Puma into here. Put it back home. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. I was like, where'd all my controls go? Okay, thrusters are on. I don't remember seeing it, but of course, my memory's not as good as it once was, so. Let's see, you're that one. Oh. This is one of my first really complicated ships. It is a pain in the ass, does not work as well as I would like it to. Why is that side open? And there we go. That's both of those. Okay, cool. Vectoring thrust is... in fact, I could show how to make that real quick, now that I'm thinking about it. But this goes in here. I just got to be careful about flying it in. In fact, this tunnel was specifically designed so that I could fly this ship through it all the way. So it's just wide enough to get in here. Okay. This lets me see underneath that I have. Honestly, this particular build is one of my favorites just overall. It had a lot of cool stuff. In fact, I believe the Puma actually, yeah, the Puma's also on the workshop. And go. And we'll just back up a little bit. Oops. That way. And legs come out. Yeah, it wasn't, as a first version, it wasn't always perfect, but it does well enough. There we go. And okay. Just gotta make sure. Oops. I'm bouncing off of. Ah, there. And make sure you're lined up. Oh, that. Oh, I know what I could do with this as well. Now that I'm thinking about it, is I could put the action relays on here so that I could, from the cockpit, lift this up. Oops. Need you up. And we switch. Now, there is an easier way for me to do this. And this is, I should have done it, but I forgot about it. Here's one of the nice things about this entire setup. That is the unpack as I fall into the hole. I could have just moved this entire plate out of the way and into the hallway. Which, let me tell you, this was a pain in the ass to make the first time I did it. In fact, I remember distinctly coming back one time, and this was blown up during, or in between a save and load. And I had to put this shit back together, which was a huge pain in the ass. But again, still one of my favorite builds. Definitely slow, but it gets the job done. And then once it's done, I can then pack it back up, move the ship back into place. And this was so much work. So much work. All right, and then just pack it up. And all of this is controlled. Yeah, this is not the illegal Bitcoin mining server room that we're looking for. But all of it is controlled through all of this and set so that it can't accidentally trigger itself and break things, which is the entire reason it exists. And I still need to go through and finish repairing it at some point. But I kind of stopped playing this particular save because of the fact that it was getting kind of heavy and big, and there's just a lot of stuff to it. It has a lot of really fun ideas and a lot of really fun projects. Also, Dots, again, totally can relate. I think everybody can relate. There's stuff that we want to do in something, but we just don't have the energy for it. Let's hop in here. And we're just going to leave the trailer back. And here we go. The Sudam, which was a lot of fun. Oh yeah, and I've got that annoying ass cockpit thing going on. And, Eli Dang, or Elite Dangerous, basically, is what it is. It's so silly. And, oh yeah, turn on some headlights, which should be enough. This tunnel took the better part of about 3 weeks, I think, to fully drill out. Don't. Okay, got it. I was thinking about something. No, whoops. Let's not do that. That's what I wanted. It was about 2 to 3 weeks, as I mentioned. It was a primarily automated drilling system, such that it would drill out from one side, which I started over down there. And I actually had to rebuild the drill 2-3 times because at some point in time it would just break itself. Then after the drilling process, which was a huge pain in the ass, after the drilling process, I then managed to go through with a welding system that operated pretty much the same way, and it would project the blueprint forward, weld that all up, then move the whole contraption forward to the next spot and do it over again. And did the entire 2 kilometers that way. Then got to over here. This is the tunnel build. You should remember this one. You were here for some of it. I know, right? Let's go ahead and we drop this down. No, I drop all of this down. Then let's go ahead, lock that in place. So now the SUDEM is locked to this plate, which was absolutely necessary for this monstrosity. This elevator, which will take us all the way down to the bottom. And let's just hop in. And then in just a second, it'll start speeding up. I believe you did, actually. It plays elevator music. And again, just the biggest pain in the ass to work on. So much fun. And in fact, Fant was the one that did the script for the elevator. He also did a script for doors so that they would automatically close. Oh, it's very definitely, like, absolutely a terrifying thing. Boop, and then it locks into place. It also unlocks the mag plate. And then I can just take off from here. And SUDEM goes on its way. Now, ordinarily, SUDEM is actually supposed to... Oh, absolutely. But the SUDEM actually has an attachable trailer that's supposed to go on the back of it. There goes part of the first hover cycle that I built. Let's go check it out real quick. The tail section of it, which I leave here on purpose. This is its resting place. It, unfortunately, when I was working over here with the build and repair, it kind of started getting automatically ground down, and so I've had to deal with that. So I left it there as its resting place to remind me to be careful what I'm welding. Oh, also, here's the rest of the inside of the Sudam. It is designed as a military vehicle. So you've got seats that you can have other engineers in. Like, again, this save had so many cool builds on it. I kind of want to do another playthrough like this without constantly getting attacked by enemies and stuff like that. In fact, funnily enough, essentially, I was starting a second base that way, which I blew up because Hollows liked to bug me about blowing shit up. And so I said, okay, I will blow it up. And then I did. And then we just continued on. And she was like, but I thought you were going to reload. Nope. And at night, I've got these lights, these street lights, that help guide me to where my ice base is, because there's this whole road and everything. Okay, that is... control panel, driver's seat. Enable hollow HUD. Turn that off. Okay, there we go. Let's see about getting some... I thought I had some gyros on here. I probably need to add some more. But again, this is just one of those... It was a fun set of projects to work on, specifically because of the fact that there was so much extra work that went into them. Actually, let's bring that down just a little bit. And there really was just a ton of extra work. Oh yeah, and it's got that. Forgot about that. So this is the kind of stuff that I want to get back into building again. The kind of big scope projects that I'd love to be able to do without the hassle of having to constantly defend myself. That's why I don't generally do them lately, because of the fact that in most cases, what I'm working on will almost undoubtedly get destroyed. So in this particular case, I just don't work on them. But I think what I might do is after, well, depending on how next month goes, I don't do safe zones. I don't generally do the economy. But depending on how next month goes, I might go ahead and do another playthrough. We'll start a new playthrough that is just more peaceful, but more of these complicated sorts of projects. I think that'd be like, I'd really like to do another one of these sorts of playthroughs. You know, come up with odd, and actually, I believe this one was inspired by somebody. I don't remember who it was, but somebody had mentioned doing a particular military-styled vehicle. And once we looked it up, I was like, yes, that's what I was going for. Today, kinda like it. I'm winding down, but I hadn't ended it yet. Kind of just reliving some nostalgia, that's all. Alrighty. And the nice thing is that with this particular save, there's, like I said, there's been a few DLCs worth of updates since the last time I actively played it. Now, what's really fun is that this also has the Puma Mark II, which is a behemoth of a ship, but also has some fun and interesting problems. Let's get up here. Oh, that's the other thing that I want to put on the server when we make it, is the new, not the soft, what is it? Well, it does have 10 wheels. I think I have my friction at 60 and my power at 80. But the new, not soft voxels, the midway point one that we found, that one's going to be on the server as well. So there's still a little bit of the roughness to the terrain in some areas, but not so much that it is insurmountable. And actually, this one does a good job. Like when I put the cargo pack on the back of it, it does a fairly good job as well. I've been doing rovers for a while, and I've learned quite a few things about them. But a couple of things that are just super important when you're working on rovers. First of all, more wheels is better. Having more wheels will generally make it more stable. If you can, try and lower its center of gravity as much as possible. Just, get it low. On top of that, you want to make sure. What are you doing? Oh, I kind of remember why you're like that. That was for a different ship. Depending on the terrain you're going over and what you're doing with the rover, you typically want to keep your friction between 30 and 50%. 30% on terrain like that is usually a good idea. Actually, no. 50% on terrain like that is a good idea. 30% on ice is ideal, because of the fact that if you start churning kind of hard, you are less likely to catch the wheels, the back wheels on the ice, and then flip the whole rover over. That is a lot of overs. So it's one of those things that you want to be able to adjust your friction on the fly. The next thing is that power and wheel strength are also super. In fact, wheel strength, I would say, is more important. And that is how strong your suspension is. Oh, because I'm away. Never mind. I know why. So you want to make sure that your suspension is variable. I usually like to sit at about 10% on the wheel strength. That still gives you a little bit of give for most small grid rovers, but at the same time, that also keeps them strong enough that they'll sit up a little bit higher. And then you're also going to want to look at your power for the suspension so that you have enough power to push it up hills. And in some cases, you may want to add a couple of atmospheric thrusters or hydrogen thrusters, depending on where you're at, so that you can get it up some of those longer, taller hills. This is, coming back to what we're doing, this is the ice base or the hydrogen base. And these drills, no! These were out before Prototech. These are, who are you? Mexpex heavy mining drills. This is, those are definitely modded. They chew through so much ice. I haven't actually seen one of the Prototech drills yet. If I'm being honest, I haven't looked at them. Not even in creative mode, which I've had plenty of ample opportunity for. But no, this was well before Prototech came out. And do I have, how much ice do I have in the base? I have no ice in here? What? Alrighty. Well, I also need to figure out how to, because part of the problem that I have is if I start this up, I'm just going to be collecting a whole bunch of stone. I kind of wish ice lakes were a little bit deeper sometimes, because as it stands, I need this to be bigger. I need it to be more. I think what I should do is go ahead and do my disconnect, reconnect trick to get several pistons on here to extend it out and build, essentially build it so that I can, ooh, no, I just realized what I could do. Not explicitly doing this. No, it's like I'm not, this isn't going to be my main streaming playthrough. This is just revisiting it for right now. But I still come back from time to time and play it. This is, for a time, this is actually the one that springboarded several other different playthroughs. Yep. I'm trying to remember what happened to my shuttle. Because I had a shuttle that I would use to get to the moon. And one of the things that I had there, that I have on the moon, is the Puma Mark II, which it might still be. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know where the shuttle itself went. It was a tiny little shuttle. Let's recharge real quick. I'm going to leave Sudem here because it doesn't matter where it's at. Where? That's all that. I thought I had... a med bay over here. How do I not have a med bay over here? Also, how are you doing on... Oh, you're out of uranium. I will have to bring you some uranium. I could do that. It's not necessary. Oh, that's also why... How much hydrogen do you still have? Oh, a considerable amount. Oh yeah, you're good. You're fine. Okay. Mostly what I'm looking for is just, and part of the reason why I'm over here, is I need... What am I over here for? It doesn't matter. How much hydrogen do I have left in my tank? We're good. Okay. We'll just fly on back home real quick, because I can, and it's not that far away. Now, what's really interesting is that this entire situation started out, I had started a game, and it put me in this wonderful ravine area. I didn't realize that this was a full-on ravine that went all the way around until after I had started drilling the mountain, drilling through the mountain. So I didn't know that it went all the way around. Now, later on, I discovered this because I went traveling one day. Oh, this also has the really cool sun mushroom. Again, this was the save that I had a lot of fun on. Oh, and this thing is a script that was written by Fant as well. I need to go apologize to that motherfucker so he can write me some more scripts. All right, where did I have... Ah, over here. But let's refill real quick. I was in the process of building, like I had an elevator that goes from one part of the base to another, but it wasn't quite working right. And I think at some point in time, I mean, he could try and charge me. I don't have to pay for him. But, the problem that I was having was that this elevator that I made over here is not always working correctly. For whatever reason, it just doesn't always get in line the way that it's supposed to. Also, why am I using these? I should be using not those. No. And then, what was that? Weldless? Yes, weldless. Get rid of you. Neither. Now, we were working on that earlier. This is one of my older saves. This is my tunnel base. Just looking at. There we go. Yeah, up here. This just doesn't want to work right. It just gets stuck here for some reason. There we go. So I think I have to just completely rebuild this elevator. I don't know. It's not the weight and it's not the torque. It's the alignment of the plates and everything. It doesn't quite slip in and out the way that it's supposed to. So I think it might be a grid issue. Either way, redesigning it isn't going to be that big of a problem because all I have to do is I'm going to take out the glass. I'm going to switch it out to railing, I believe. Yeah, there we go. And this was just after we got the DLC for the flat atmospheric thrusters. And I was like, I really need to put one back there. And it looks great. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out these guys here. And I'm going to take out
inventory full. Inventory full.
The extra. So we'll take out these. We'll take out the walls. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch it over to railings instead. I was trying to be all fancy with it, trying to make it look all cool, but I think it's one of those, I'm just going to have to deal with it as is. Deal with the limitations and do something different with it. Which I'm not against, and it doesn't make me upset at all. It's like sometimes what you're working on works out, and what you're working on doesn't work out. I do kind of wish, though,
inventory
that there was
full.
a gate. A gate block that worked with railings. I think that's a missed opportunity to not have any sort of gate. That one stuck the landing.
Inventory full.
And especially with the very industrial feeling and aesthetic, it makes sense to have,
inventory full.
some sort of safety gate. Let's get rid of all this stuff. There we go. And then let's grab, girders, and go. First of all, let's see how this is going to go. Okay. Oh, wow. Grab the railing. Yeah, that's what I'm a little worried about. And then it comes up here, and this is where I start to have an odd issue. And I'm wondering if there is an odd sort of grid thing happening with the two grids. No, we're fine. Okay. Ah, I have an idea. There we go. I can do, whoops, I need you like that. And that. Aha, I know what I can do. And I want window doors. One there, and put one there. Anytime now. Weld that one up. There it goes. Okay. Okay, let's try that again. Why are you like this? I wonder. Okay. That stops it. Aha. Okay. Interior. There we go. And then there we go. It's not quite as elegant as I would like. However, it's not bad. And there we go. Okay, I can work with that. I don't know why I'm sitting here working on this, but... And then, how are we doing on plasma? We're actually okay. And... I'd still love to find out what I did. Partly this is me going through it going, what all was I doing here and why? Oh yeah, this was a project we were trying to work on with sensors and turning stuff off and the way things worked. And then down here is the solar mushroom, or at least what was working out to be the solar mushroom. Yeah, it's always the question why. Why was I doing that? And it still spins. Yes, good. So this was an idea that I had long ass time ago to create a power plant that it was solar and it would slowly spin. And it does so partly of its own accord, but then also because I do have it on a rotor. And the way that I designed it caused it some issues. It also was not producing enough power to meet the demands of the base. However, I like it so much that I just don't bother getting rid of it. So, and then this over here was my starting base. Make it bigger? Probably. It would definitely work then. I just don't know how much bigger I could make it. There's a lot of stuff that I just never finished with this playthrough. It was just like that. But this is the starting base. I actually started out kind of just over, I landed kind of over there and then came over here. Now this is interesting. I added the mod to soften the planet after I had already been working on certain aspects of it. This area specifically, I had been drilling out and letting the stone roll down into that collector. I could do that, and at some point I may do that. However, for this, I definitely don't need to, and that's because of the fact that I have the plasma reactor in here. I mean, this is the kind of save where I can always come back to it. That is the one nice thing about this one, and especially now. Things seem to be running a little bit smoother with the past couple of updates. And in general, this just seems to be working better overall. So I could always come back to this and, you know, do more. That's not a problem. Let's see. I'm down here. This was the, oh yes, the workshop. That is explicitly why I do not add any of the NPCs to this. Specifically because I don't want to have to deal with having to rebuild, especially the lift at the end. That thing would be such a huge pain in the ass. But this was just a lot of fun projects that got built up over time based off of ideas that were happening at that time. And it is a lot of fun to come back and look at it and see how it all was working out. This is one that I wanted to actually work on a little bit more at some point in time, which was this sort of hovering. It was meant to be a carrier of sorts, where I would have a couple of, kinda, yeah, I would have a couple of cargo containers that were linked together that this thing would be able to sweep by and pick up. Go. And basically, I tried to make it as light as possible. Tried to make it so that it didn't have a bunch of weight on it. I think part of the problem is that I just need a couple of extra downward thrusters, or I guess upward thrusters. But again, it was one of those fun projects. Oh, that's what those are. Okay. Well, and that's just it too, is what I could do is go ahead and, because I like the fact that I'm building above ground on the current playthrough. It's a lot of fun. It's a change of pace because I usually live in the side of caves. So it's but definitely depending on how, let's see, depending on how next month goes. Since I am going to be doing the server next month, depending on if that goes for just 1 month or if we extend it, will kind of dictate what happens afterwards. If it's only a 1 month thing, because again, that's all I can afford, that's fine. Not a big deal. I think that's the, yeah, that is. Okay. But if it's just a 1 month thing and then I need something to do afterwards, I can go ahead and start a new playthrough after that. Not a big deal. And that one I could go ahead and do a cave playthrough. Yeah, there it is. That's the one I was looking for. Let's go ahead and land this sucker. And good enough. I like building on the surface sometimes. I like building underground sometimes. It really just kind of depends. But yeah, here's the little shuttle I was talking about. This is the one. There we go. This one I can go ahead and... Where is my moon base? Moon base is... GPS. Base Alpha. Tunnel exit, unknown... Okay. So I need to go this way. Cool. Let's do that. It's on the moon. Yes, it is on the moon. And again, this is using those hydrazine thrusters from the Arlen Drive pack. Absolutely love these things. It's also using a modded cockpit, which I really, really love. It was the cockpit that Splitsy used on the Goose during one of his playthroughs. And I don't use it much these days because there's so many other really good cockpits that are out there. But I should use it at some point in time. Actually, one of these days, I should really sit down and learn Blender and make my own. In fact, I might do that for Space Engineers too. Make my own cockpit. That could be a lot of fun. There's the moon. And more specifically, there's the moon base. The moon base, which has the Puma Mark II. The Puma Mark II is a beefed up version of the Mark I, and not just beefed up. It is just bigger all around. Now I wonder, now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder what it would take to do something like the Puma Mark II in large grid and small. In fact, actually, Space Engineers 2 is going to be perfect for those sorts of ships. And I really, really hope that they bring out hinges, pistons, and rotors soon, because I really want to play with those. I absolutely want to play with those because of the fact that I want to start designing ships like the Puma and the Puma Mark II again. But I would love to do it with the unified grid that Space Engineers 2 has. I don't have to keep holding that. I can, yeah, there we go. If I were to build a space elevator, I would most likely do it on one of the mountains that's closest to the roof of the sky. Like that mountain there would be perfect for it. Because you spend a lot less time climbing out of planetary gravity and a lot more time actually getting into space. Actually, a lot less time getting into space as well. But that would also reduce the amount of grid that you would have to make in order for that to work. Master. But yeah, I made this shuttle specifically just for flying up into space and flying from the moon back to the tunnel and back and forth. That was the entire purpose of this shuttle. Oh, there we go. That was part of the spine I wasn't using. Are we there yet? I wonder. Kind of tempted to see about putting a like Prototech small jump drive on here. I would absolutely love to put a tiny jump drive on this thing. Somebody's got to break it. So pretty. It is also pretty cool getting a chance to see the planets from orbit, getting to see how they look, where certain terrain features are. That's one thing, though, that I'm really looking forward to with Space Engineers 2 as well, is hopefully getting to see better granularity between the different biomes so that they don't look like that. So that there is a little bit more sort of diversity in their placement and how they all meld together. As far as I know, I think there are. I think there is. I think there is actually like a. It's like a slip drive or something like that. Not quite warp, like the hyperdrive kind of stuff. And then I know there's a couple of mods. In fact, I'm using one right now that increases the speed of, or the maximum speed of a grid based off of the size of said grid. So the fastest that I can go is 300 meters a second in something like this. But as it gets larger, yes, Super Cruise, thank you. But as the grid gets larger, its maximum speed gets smaller, which is really cool. I couldn't quite remember the name of that. I knew it was from Elite Dangerous, but well, no, not these days. I'm more like Roshi.
Boots and pants, 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 boots and pants.
Are you telling me to get dressed or to get dressed a lot? Let's see. Let's do that.
Boots and cats, 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 boots and cats. Boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants. Boots
We're just sitting here fucking with it.
Boots and pants, boots and pants, boots and pants.
That just sounds like a really, really slow Daft Punk song, honestly. Hey, look, we're almost to the moon. Flame balls, there we go. Haven't had one of those in a little while.
Boot and pants and boots 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 and pants.
Amen. Funny that you should say that, because I'm wearing pants and I have boots, but they're too far away to grab.
Morgan, now you see I can do this and just change the voice. And we all can talk about Lord Klong.
Clong. Haha. Yeah, it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. I wish it did. It's a little chilly. It's a little chilly today. I'm not against that. I like it. It's comfortable. But also, I always wear pants. No, it's the same as far as I know. Honestly, I need to get a new one anyway. This one seems to have issues sometimes. All right. I'd like to set it up so that I could... It just gave the fuck up. That's hilarious. It's like, no, we're good. Not gonna go through that shit. I'm too tired. It's such bullshit. All right. Here we go. God, I can feel things grinding to a halt the closer I get to Puma Mark II. This thing is a beast. Okay. Whoops. Awesome. Nope, no boom. Not today. So this...
Did it work?
No. This is Puma Mark II. This is the bigger brother of the Puma Mark I. This is also the biggest pain in the ass that I've ever had to work on. And it's still not complete. I never did finish it. This is all small grid. And it's actually supposed to have a mining ship in here. That mining ship, however, got moved to a different location, to a different ship. And then that different ship...
This? Meow. 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 Meow.
The hell?
Meow. 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 Meow.
Okay, that... Wait a minute. It's kind of missing something. How dare you show hollows how powerful a period can be? Holy shit. Welcome to the party, Ghost Prime. Well, once you guys deal with the ads. But here goes the interior of Puma Mark II. Which, God, this was such a huge pain. Welcome, Ghost Prime and accompaniment. Oh yeah, all the doors. Every bulkhead has 2 doors. Oh snap! It's our favorite knows everybody. This is what it looks like, and actually I should probably add some more gyroscopes in here. But this is what it looks like inside of here. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, let's... Because under this bad boy is a pain in the ass. Oh, that's why I don't have more, because, well, I could. I could add a lot more. Yes. There is no way that I could build a planet miner. I don't have the series of computers it would take to run that damn thing. And not to mention the fact that just making an asteroid miner is a hell of an undertaking. But I'm thinking... Because part of the problem that I have is with thrust. Not enough of it. Not enough upward thrust. And that's really what I'm after with this, is more upward thrust. Now, one of the other problems that I have... Do I have buttons on here for these? Not yet. What are you doing not in place? You are dark and battered. Ah! Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. I see how you're supposed to be. Let's go grab... Now, here's another fun thing about Puma Mark II and what it does to my game. What is it? Nope, not that. It drops my simulation speed like mad. Just by itself, it does that. But it's totally worth it because it is such a fun vehicle. And let's grab some of... Don't need that, or that, or that. Yeah, that should be good. May also be the build and repair that's doing it too. I mean, sure.
Purpose like this. Then comes back like.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Okay. Let us... I want to... Actually, what I need to do... There's a couple of things that I need to do. Let's get up here. Oh, I was in the way. There we go. And I need... Which ones? That's the... Okay, that's the rear hatch. I need... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Get all of the side doors open. Which... God, these things. So, one of the biggest issues that I've had, even after Keen went through and fixed the issue with... Oops, with the collision mesh for blocks, is still being able to get a lot of these to mesh together correctly. Do I have... No, I don't. Also, some of these get the jitters. Not much I can do about that. I had thought about attempting to switch these out for non-modded pistons. Unfortunately, there's nothing non-modded that would work in here unless I switch that out to a large hinge head, and then I could potentially do it. But then I would have to switch it back to something like this, back to a small 3x3 head, so that I could do down here the foot for it. Why are you missing so many blocks? Bet it's my fault. But I'm also a little bit worried that it's build and repair. Which I thought I had this just set to weld. Not that that matters. Yeah, welding only, so it shouldn't matter. What I wanted to look at was maybe actually adding probably add more thrusters in here. The other thing that I was thinking about as I was looking at this was adding ion and let's see, let's do interesting. Oh, that's because those are the tiered thrusters. Okay. Ion and atmospheric thrusters. I could probably see about sneaking some of these in here. Sci-fi. Okay. Large and atmospheric. Okay. Interesting. I could probably get some of these in here somehow, but I don't like breaking up the shape too much. God, this thing is such a pain in the ass to build. Such a pain in the ass. All right, thank you for the follow there, Honeyman Sweet. Let's see. Okay, so I have a couple of options here. First of all, I need to find a smaller thruster for Arlen. Actually, I think that would work better. And would kind of fit in that space. All right, we're gonna need to do some testing. And the answer is yes, I have enough space in there.
For TTSs, you always get to hear your GPS. Make a left turn in 400 feet. We're routing.
It's weird that it's cutting off the start of whatever the message is. Okay. We're going to take these out.
Full.
Whoops.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
All right. And actually, you know what?
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh, that's why. Okay. Let us grab the little ones. And I need straight line. Whoops. And then that. And then I could technically put that there. Although, would I be able to put it in higher? No, I don't think I... Well... I could. I'll have to cut out... Whoops, part of this.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Cut out
Inventory
part of that. And then that goes there. I can block this off, which will just make that a nice proper compartment. And then it's even on right now. No, it's not. Turn on. Now what I can do is we do... Nope, not that. Because I actually want to bring this... I want to bring this from up above, I believe.
Inventory full.
Yeah, that's fine.
Inventory full.
We're going to take out
full.
that. Yes, guys. I get it. Inventory is full. I'll deal with it later. What I want to look at is I need... Gonna make me do this welding myself. Shut up, guys. Why are you not? Oh, I know why. Here, watch this. Let's look at show area. It's currently set to work on where the battleship was. Not on where I am at. Let's see. Let's bring that height. Shut up, Kintar. And then that'll work. Area up, down.
Kintar ha 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 Kintar Kintar ha 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 Kintar ha 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 ha
Yes, welding air.
Kintar ha 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 Kintar ha 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 ha.
Bring that to about there. There we go. Absolutely. I know, right? Now all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, now I know what I'm doing. Okay, there we go. That is up, down. And show area off. There we go. So what I want is, first of all, let's see how sort of deep I'm looking here. Yes, it is. It is based off the caterpillar. So I'm about 4. Two, 3, 4, 5. Probably not today. And then do that. Let's pop these off. There we go. Sometimes that gets a little weird when you're trying to do stuff. Uh-oh. My suit energy is low. That sounds very familiar to one's own motivation. No, actually, the salvage ship that I did, I already built. And that was earlier. Which was the, during the other save that I was on. Our usual save right now. Lazy days, which is not a lazy playthrough anymore. We apparently made it very not lazy. Okay, what are you missing? Thruster components. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Production. Thruster. We'll just make a whole bunch of those. I don't know. Do I have enough stuff? Ingot. I have everything but iron. Okay. All right. Well, that's going to be a problem because I currently don't have a mining ship. I have a welding ship, but I don't have a mining ship. So that's going to be a fun one to have to deal with. I suppose I could make this into a mining ship, but it's not a dedicated one. Got no iron in it. Something like that, yeah. Too far. The only mining ship that I currently have available is, wow, I'm missing all sorts of parts over here. Is the, what is it? Drill bit. Drill bit is the only one that I have available, and it is purely atmospheric. So I would essentially have to build one. Or actually, do I have try find that one, not what I want. Cowberry milk. The various versions of the cruiser. There is drill bit. That was... Yep. I thought I had one. Can't remember the name of it, but I thought I had one. Nice. I thought about that, Dots. I might do that. I do have PETA. And I know PETA works because I've used it before. The problem, though, is I don't currently have any iron to build PETA. Okay, I might just have to go ahead and see about building PETA real quick. Yeah, it looks like I'll probably have to do that. Because I don't have anything else that would really work. Because most of the time I'm not in space. Most of the time I'm on planets. So just about everything that I work on is atmospheric based. I don't do a lot of... Yeah, well, I've got the mining nugget. That could potentially work. What else? Bunch of stuff from Splitsy. A bunch of other random stuff. Okay. Then my PETA driller. Okay. So it looks like the rest of my stuff. Okay. Give me a second. Let's take a look here at what you've got for us, Tommy. I think, oh yes, I think I remember. Yeah, now I remember that. Let me do that. Actually, no, this one's a new one. I don't remember seeing this one. It definitely has that fun little problem with the drills, though. I love the fact the drills keep resetting. It's like when you build gyros, and sometimes the gyrosphere or the gyro ball itself will stick behind. I think that's primarily if you're just using the animated ones. But yeah, that definitely, like, that'll get the job done. It is similar to what I had constructed, although mine was piping its stuff back into the base. So, like, instead of the wheels up top, what I had was it would go ahead and weld up a ring around itself, so that way it could then add... Let's not do that. That's not what I clicked on. Stupid thing. But it would weld a retaining ring around the outside of the wall of the hole that it was digging. So that way, once it got finished, then the back end would come forward and connect back up again. And I was using, I think, 2 or 3 pistons. Actually, no. I remember exactly now. I was using 2 pistons up top, and 1 piston was building, so it would actually pull items in for the welders, and then the other piston was pulling the stone back out. So each one was acting as a form of cargo conveyor. The only problem with that is the amount of refined stone that I needed to go through was more than I could feasibly take care of in a given time. I had at one point 16 refineries going with full speed modules, and I still had too much stone. I could not keep up with the amount of stone that I was drilling out. So it was one of those that I had to actually get rid of a lot of stone, like a lot of stone. Give me a second. I'm going to take a quick AFK, and then when I get back, we're going to see about maybe putting the Puma together. More refiners. All the refineries. Also, hey, a coffee. But I'll be right back, and then we'll see about building the mining ship real quick. Righty. So I need to not run into the wall. I also need to turn this off for now. I thought I had another one over here, but I can always build a second one. The biggest concern that I have right now is I need iron. I need iron specifically for the purposes of and that's fair. Having options for your contraptions is always a good thing. Let's see. GPS. Did I have any that were... Ah, there we go. Speaking of being smart, every once in a while I do something moderately intelligent. There's no iron here. I ate all the iron. Basically, oh, here we go. Here goes a little bit.
Inventory full.
Very
Inventory
tiny
full.
amount. Drop off the stone. Don't need it. Well, I mean, I do need it, but I don't need it. Mildly intelligent. Not referring to myself. I am very out of iron. Let's see. What? A little bit there. What is currently in production? What the hell? What the hell? Okay. What all are you trying? You know what? I bet I know what it is. Nope. It's this. Trying to build stuff. Okay. That's why that's doing that. That's probably also why I'm out of iron. What's supposed to be over here? Oh, silicon, nickel, magnesium. Well, that's good. Okay, so small problem. I need to locate iron. I have no iron, but I must build. I also need ore detector. I might just have to do that. Like, that's...
Inventory full.
I was hoping that I had... Oh, that's right. I was building something. I was going to be something else. I was hoping that I had access to just regular iron because of the fact that that is what I need in bulk. I don't necessarily need all the other stuff. But I'm in a situation where I have no choice. The amount of stone versus iron is partly the problem. Also, I need to go shut off Izzy's inventory manager because that's going to be a problem as well. Because it's going to sit there and keep trying to... Let's turn that off. It's going to keep adding stuff to, you know, screw it, don't care. My production queue, and I don't want that. Get rid of all that. Need you or you. Okay, awesome. There we go. Now we're getting this under control. This is kind of silly that I need to go back to stone right now, just so that I can make a mining ship, so that I can go get some frickin' iron on the moon.
Inventory full.
When I already have a base right here. But, you know, shit happens. What are you gonna do? Or back to the Stone Age. I don't think we ever technically leave the Stone Age. We just like to pretend that it's not there. And looks like I might be a little bit low on ice as well.
Inventory full.
Let's fix that. There we go.
Inventory full.
Let's see, how we looking on iron at the moment? It's a little bit, that's for certain. Okay. There we go. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, I was hoping that was one of the holes that I had dug. Thought I had one around here for something. I know I had one around here for like gold or something. My stream was going to be over like 2 hours ago. Yeah. But then just get sucked into it. It's ice. It's gold. Uranium. Like, did I see iron? Is that just... No. Okay. 24-hour stream. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Ha 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 ha. I'm eventually going to have to take a break for dinner, but... Because, you know, food and all. Little important. Give me the eye. Wow.
Inventory full.
Okay. Moon, iron, ore. There we go. That is a great view as well. Come out of the tunnel and there's Earth. You know, there's these beautiful things called cars. You just have somebody drive it over and walk it up to the door. Oh, I should probably also recharge while I'm at it. Don't be restarted. You wouldn't be able to drop it down the chimney anyway. I've got a cap over it. It's not just wide open. I know, right? What's wrong with you? We can fly on the moon. Look at you with your jetpack. Talking about vehicles with wheels. Is this... I wonder if there's... Well, there's silver down here, and there's cobalt down here. Okay. I was going to be like, let's hope that there isn't also iron as well. Wow. Jesus. The tunnels that I made. Kind of fun, actually. All right. Good to know where some stuff is. There it is. My moon hole is over here. Which is fairly close to my other iron hole. And there it is.
Inventory full.
Okay. Let us see if we can start on the PETA. What I would like to do is, well, what I need to do is go ahead and get a projector going. So I think that'll be kind of stage 1. Then again, let's see if I need interior plate. Let's throw on cap, cap, and cap. Oh, that's terrible. I like it, but that's terrible. Let's throw on drill, drill, and drill. And then, God, this thing is a mess. Is that on? Not at the moment. Awesome. Okay, that is all welded up and good. Let us go ahead and try this out. Swap those out for drills. It's not going to be pretty, but it should function. Lights on. And 2024. Yes, probably. Okay. God, this thing just so agile, so smooth. Of course, I also have no stone ejection system on it, but oops. Actually, that would be kind of fun. Let's see. Should be good. Let's back this out. Kind of clean up a little bit of this as well. Thank God we're on the moon, because it winds up making these thrusters a lot more efficient. Although this was designed to be a welding ship, so I did have capacity in mind-ish when I originally designed it and built it. I think that's all the same block. Yeah, that all works. I was like, wait a minute, how is that working? The answer is magic. Lower down. Like I'm a little off here. Actually, honestly, I'm a lot off. But the therapist that I make believe I have tells me always playing with stone. Always. Oh, there we go. Let us see what we've got for... Oh, I see. Sometimes I wonder what I was thinking when I was putting something together, and then I realized I probably wasn't thinking. Okay. What are you? Asphalt. Steel plates. Oh, I've got plenty of steel plates. Iron ingot. Okay, say it. Constantly getting blue-balled by the text-to-speech. That's fun stuff right there. All right. What I need to do is let's probably. I need not that. I need
Shakalaka 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 shakalaka.
So it sounds like what you're trying to say is small head. Projector. I need a button over here. Button. Almost had enough computers on hand. There we go. Okay, you get to be... I know you're here somewhere. Ha ha!
Met.exe not found.
Yeah, it took a little bit. That's why I want to find a better one. A better text-to-speech. Holy Jesus, mother, I've got so much stuff attached to this grid. Nope. Build. There it is. We'll go block on off. Awesome. Okay. I think it's already done broken. I don't think that there's anything not broken about it. PETA projector. Breaking crews is even easier. I don't know what you guys are complaining about. I do it all the time. Blueprints. PETA. The driller. Which just sounds like a really bad porn name. Let's see. Oh, I had that spun around too. There we go, and then forward. Nope, up here. Thank you. And then horizontal.
Kitty, 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 kitty. Meow. 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 Meow.
And
meow.
I want to lift
Meow.
this up.
Kitty. Kitty. Kitty, kitty. Kitty. Kitty, kitty. Kitty. Kitty.
Let's see. Perfect. Get to work. There we go. I will probably need to go. Honestly, what I ought to do is just drill the stone that's here. I don't know why I'm going out for. The hell is? I'm about to turn that shit off. She's getting. She sounds irritated. She honestly sounded annoyed at having to say all of that, and I don't blame her. That's one of those where it's like, you know what? I honestly hope that they go ahead and conquer us humans. I think we deserve it. There we go. We'll have to wait and see. You heading out for the night? Projection on. Then PETA. Block on. There we go. Show only buildable. That way I can see. Have a good one, Dots. Stay out of trouble. Or, you know, don't. Whichever. I'm not picky. It's kind of fun to watch it work, build everything. I think this is one of the few times where I've gone back to an old blueprint. if I remember correctly, it should have an O2H2 generator on it. Yes, it does. Awesome. Good Lord. I'd forgotten just how much stuff is on that one. Nice, Hollows, nice. It may wind up needing... Let's grab some more stone, because I'm probably going to need more. Honestly, I'm not surprised, Hollows. I am not at all surprised that you would be proud that you have annoyed a computer. I think everybody should take pride in their work. Need more stone. That is fair. I will grant you that. When it happens, it feels amazing. And the other person feels horrible. Where did... I thought I had hydrogen tanks here, but I don't remember where I put them. Oh, there they are. Oh, there they are. Oh shit, it's almost done. Alrighty. Let's double check to see how it's doing. The ore detector still needs work. Let's see. Blocks remaining. Looks like just the ore detector. Okay. Production detector. Okay, awesome. Sure, it looks like everybody is built. Oh, almost. Okay, so it looks like I need some more. I have more steel plates. Oh, I know why. Because they are under the threshold. Ooh, ah. This is going to be a fun way to fix this issue. So part of the problem is that the landing struts, if you will, on the bottom of the PETA are under the threshold or under the area for welding. So what do? Let us roll this bitch over. And then there we go. It's now rolled over and we can finish welding it up. And there we go. That is how you solve that problem. Awesome. All right. We will just make this spin fast again. It's too far. Good enough. Now all I need is to grab
Inventory full.
some ice. Awesome.
Inventory full.
Throw that in here.
Inventory full.
Oh, good. The stone ejection system is working. Right. Let us. Thrusters on. Oh, because I'm still attached to the base, that's why. Let's see. I should have a reactor on here. Do I? I don't know if I do or not. Find out. It's been so long since I've actually used this one that I don't know what's still on it. But I do know this was projector off, that off. So this ship was the mining ship that I wound up making to go with the Ark back way back. Why are you missing a piece? I believe it's that. Yeah, that color and clean? No. Is it? No, it's not battered. Dust? Think so, yes. Didn't realize it was missing a part there. But this was the mining ship that was supposed to go with Ark. And did go with Ark. Ark basically was kind of a small... It was a large grid, small ship designed specifically to get me from Europa to Earthlight. It had a hinged connector on top of a landing deck. There was kind of a crew quarters underneath. It had a jump drive, but it was a very basic, simple ship. It was a lot of fun, and I loved it too. In fact, it is also up on the workshop. And I know why. Because this thing here. So I need more ice. And then I need to get this connected to... There we go. I need to get this connected to the base so that way I can fill up the tanks. Do I have a connection spot that's easy to get to? Kind of, actually. What I can do here is we'll Yeah, there we go. Let's also switch you back to Ray and weld this. And then there. Thank you. So I need just enough hydrogen. Wow, just run away from me. I need just enough hydrogen so that I can get the ship connected. And then from there, I should be able to go ahead and get it refueled. And everybody will be happy. All right, let's get you cut away. Oh, I have... I have no battery power? I do have a couple of small reactors, though. Do I have any uranium? Yes, I do. At least it didn't blow anything up when I slid down, so there's that. Okay, I may have been rather abrupt in my... Oh, I know why, because I can't... Okay. Small... Nope, 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 nope. I need a small battery. Battery. I need just a wee little thing. Just a tiny babe of a battery. There we go. Okay. That then... 25 and 25. There we go. Leave that little battery on there. And... Aww. Oh! Shit. I know it's... Wait, no? Wait. What the hell? Oh, you're just out of fuel, is why. Just out of fuel. You have ice, you just don't have fuel. Okay. Need to do is... Ain't got no gas in it. I have an idea. come down here, and then a hinge. Not quite what I was going for, but you know what? We'll work with it. And then what I should be able to do... Excuse you. Thank you. Is... There we go. So T goes burr. I might be able to get... Aha. Get this connector in place. Let's see. There we go. Turn that off. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I will be able to get this thing refueled. And it will be glorious. One way or another, PETA. And honestly, PETA was a great name for it because it really is a pain in the ass right now. There we go. Refill them sons of bitches. Exactly. I also can now take that out. Have a good one, Tommy. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. All right, we now have full tank of gas. We are fully recharged. We are technically good to go. Let us go find that iron hole real quick. What I might want to do is actually go ahead and change out some of the bottom thrusters for the hydrazine thrusters. Just so that way I can make this a little bit more fuel efficient. But it works. And it'll get the job done. That's the important part. There we go. And we can get the stone ejected, which, yay. No one is ever prepared for the drone inquisition. It absolutely saved my ass. To a certain extent, I actually already had a lot of stuff there. You know, hinges really aren't too bad. Sometimes. I think it generally just comes down to user error at that time. There you get. There you go. All right. Now that we have, I think I took the mag plates off the bottom of that. Nope, it didn't look like I had any to begin with. Okay, cool. All of this just so that I could try and build some thrusters on the bottom of the Puma Mark II, which I really didn't mean to continue working on this, but it is what it is. All right, let's... Yeah, I need to swap out these thrusters. They're a little inefficient, unfortunately, and especially because right now, like, this ship itself was not really designed to fly on the moon. I believe I made this specifically for Europa. Actually, I want this one. There we go. All right. Refill. Awesome. So all of that work to collect some stone and iron just so that I could finish up the parts for this, and I need some thruster comps. Okay. Smiles. Yeah, pretty much. Thrusters. You should have enough. Do I need platinum? Of course I need platinum. Actually, let's... Well, no, because I needed the fusion coil. No, I just needed the thruster comp. Okay. So we're looking at a lot of work just to mess around with some thrusters. I'm not too worried about. I think I am going to go ahead and wrap up for today. So just to cover some things again. First and foremost, this is not our usual save. This is me just dicking around with a different save because I wanted to show off some stuff. And then I just started playing around. It happens. On our other save, we did make a salvaging vehicle. In fact, let's hop over to that one real quick while we wrap up for today. Maybe some stuff will get shot at while I'm doing my wrap up here. This one is such a huge pain in the ass. It's so big. Let's see, load game. The one that we're usually working on is Lazy Days, which is significantly smaller right now. Significantly. Yeah, 20-minute wrap up. So, just to bring some people up to speed, let some people know what's going on who were late joiners. Next month, which is in just a few days, on June 1st, I will be setting up a dedicated Space Engineers server. On June 2nd, that stream, which is going to be on Monday, will mark the opening of the server. Specifically to subscribers are going to get the first dibs. Subscribers are automatically going to get invites. I will have to go through and get in contact with everybody who's a subscriber. Hollows apparently gets 2 invites. But everybody who's a subscriber to the stream on Twitch, whether that's through regular subscriptions or Twitch Prime, doesn't matter, are going to get invites to the server. Regular viewers who have been with me, who've been with the stream for a long time, will also get invites. I will be putting together a list of that, and we'll probably put it out on the community Discord sometime over the weekend, either Friday, Saturday, or potentially Sunday. So that information will be made available. Then for the first 2 weeks of June, I will also be doing some sort of giveaway, if you will, for additional invites. So if you're just a random coming by, you will have a chance to get an invite to the server. And it is going to be a Steam-based server. So it will feature mods. Console players may not be able to get in. Apologies for that. It's just the way that it is. I'm a Steam player. I want to play with mods, damn it. The server setup will be a randomly generated star system through a star system generator. Thinking probably 5, maybe 6 planets tops that will all be modded planets. So I will be taking out like Earth, Mars, Pertum, Alien Planet, etc. The other thing is that we will be using NPC provider. I will not be focusing on PvP, but depending on if there's enough of you that want it, we'll see. And in general, it's going to be a basic sort of survival situation. It'll be us against them, and hopefully there will be a lot of them. And that is essentially the big news coming up. And as far as duration, the server is going to last about a month. That's unfortunately about all I can afford right now. And depending on how it goes, like if it's a really good thing and manage to get some decent money out of it, I will go ahead and reinvest that back into the server to keep it running longer if that's what you guys want. Maybe even upgrade it depending on how it goes. So, if it was something that you guys like, subscribe. That money goes towards, will hopefully go towards the server. Other than that, next month also marks the start of Dune Awakening. That will be for the pre-order people on June 5th, for everybody else on June 10th. June 5th is a Thursday, so I will most likely be streaming that for a little while. Kintar may or may not join me on that one, but I will see about maybe putting together some sort of guild or something for the stream and play that for a little bit. And then as far as today went, we actually managed to get a salvaging ship put together down here. This strange beauty of a ship. Managed to actually get it put together, get it out to a base, and get a lot of that base ground down. So this was a success. We got more of the base put together. It's working great. All in all, today has been a very successful day. Very non-Monday. Thank God it wasn't yesterday again. I don't think I could have handled another one. So yeah, that's where we're at for today. That's the wrap up. Tomorrow, we will see about, because we'll be back with Lazy Days. Yeah, praise being on Monday. We will see about getting some more of the ruined bases. We've still got some stuff that direction that I need to knock out. I believe there's probably still a few more bits of debris that are out towards the ice lake from where we were getting attacked. I'm not sure if I need to worry. There might be some more stuff out that direction that needs to be taken out and destroyed, or at least, which is why we're glad that it's not Monday. Monday was a shit Monday. It was terrible. So glad that's over with. But yeah, so tomorrow work some more on the salvager, get some more salvaging done, salvage some bases, and then see about also taking out some more bases. That'll be kind of the big thing. And I think this one is going to be winding down as we start getting ready for next month. So I don't know how much longer we're going to stick with this. I think the goal will be for the next couple of days or for the rest of the week, just to try and get this base looking nice, get the vehicles finished, and see about doing some more shooty, some more splody before we jump into June. So that's going to be it. If you're not signed up yet for the Discord, do that. You can do !Discord or just wait for it to pop up. Other than that, though, that is going to be it for today. Thank you all for joining me. You guys are awesome. Always glad to have you guys along. Not only do you help keep me entertained, but on top of that, you guys have been awesome and helping out with general engineering dilemmas, both in Space Engineers and also out of it. So I really do appreciate that. You guys are awesome. Other than that, though, that is it. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you all tomorrow. As long as I alt tab there.